I've spent over 2,500 days taking this empty Minecraft world and transforming it into a beautiful work of art. If you'd like to experience this world for yourself, you can grab a download over on my Patreon. I'll be including future downloads of other builds as well as some other awesome content exclusives. Most of the work to produce these last 2,500 days here in my world have been shown right here on YouTube. And that is a lot of hours making content for you, and I just want to say how much I appreciate each and every one of you who have viewed, liked, commented, and subscribed. If you don't want to watch this whole video, no worries. I would love it if you would consider leaving it playing in the background though, as that helps me get closer to my goal of becoming monetized, which in turn will help me make even more content for you. Welcome to Build Challenges, a brand new series here on my channel, where I put my love of building big to the test, to create even bigger and better builds. My goal in this series is to transform this Minecraft survival world into a beautiful landscape of gorgeous builds. In today's video, we're starting off the series with our very first build challenge. And that build challenge is to create a beautiful starter mansion using some of the brand new 1.19 blocks. And in order to create this build, we are going to have to gather so many resources. So I think it is high time that we get going. Now, as any good Minecraft world starts, you gotta do the basics. You gotta grow the crops, make sure we're getting those advancements, early game advancements, and setting ourselves up for survival. While we're out gathering those early game resources, we also stopped off and grabbed a little bit of coarse dirt from the shattered savanna, and then we also grabbed some acacia wood from the savanna before coming across our very first frog. Hey, Mr. Froggy, how you doing? Oh my goodness, this is awesome. We're definitely gonna have to come back and check out these froggies and maybe even bring some of them home with us. So now that we have ourselves set up with a little bit of early game resources, I think it's time that we go on a little exploration trip to go and find ourselves some of the many resources that we are gonna need for our base. One important resource for our starter mansion is smooth red sandstone and orange terracotta. And there we have our mangrove swamp. Oh my goodness, it looks beautiful. Now, of course, we can't forget the mud or the propagules from the mangrove trees. With our adventure complete, it was time to head back to our starter area and get to work, removing an entire forest, or at least a very large portion of the forest, with iron axes. Not the most fun in the whole wide world, but we now have the space cleared and it is ready to start building up our starter mansion. In the middle of clearing out our forest, I decided we needed to go diamond hunting because I needed better tools. When you go through that much wood with an iron axe, you know you need better tools. And of course, what good are diamonds if you don't actually create some better gear for yourself? With the diamond hunting out of the way for a little bit, it was time to head back up to the surface and continue clearing out the trees. And boy, did we clear out trees. But finally, after a very long time, it was finally complete and it felt so good. So now that we have a cleared out area for our starter mansion, it is time to continue grinding for resources because this thing is going to be massive. And we have been grinding some orange wool as well as some pumpkins as we've been sitting here, but I have realized that we also need a lot of acacia wood. So I do have some saplings, we gotta continue that, and I need a heck of a lot more pumpkins than I currently have. So I think we're gonna go on a little bit of an exploration trip back that direction to see if we can find some more random places of pumpkins. looks like some quite interesting neighbors that we have here. Quite a large house. Not sure I'm ready to go visit yet. Home sweet home, but it's certainly looking pretty bare. But we had a very successful run. We have now almost 2 more stacks of pumpkins, a bunch of hay bales, and a few other nice things. So now it's time to continue cutting down some more wood and getting all the materials that we are going to need for our starter mansion. Well, now that we're almost finished gathering all the materials we need to start building, it is time to start thinking about terraforming, and that means cutting down these last few trees that are growing and starting to build up a little bit of a platform. Again, it is time to go gather a few more resources because my dirt supply is non-existent. Well, it appears that we have a peace nest that just loaded in. Hey fellas, how's it going? And I don't have Silk Touch. This is going to make terraforming just a smidge difficult. We do have a bunch of dirt now, and it is time to start with the terraforming. And yes, I was not nice to myself and put all my starter materials right there where we need to build a platform and do a bunch of terraforming. And so logically, I should probably move that all, but you know what? We're just going to cover it up and move it later. So now that we have this floating dirt platform, it is time to make it look a little less floating and add in that stone. And here we have our stone wall. And yes, it is a little bit ugly right now, but we are going to be adding in a little bit of leaf action, some moss, and of course some mangrove roots. A few little roots and a little bit of leaf action, and just maybe we can make ourselves a little bit of moss areas and add it all in together. That is looking a whole lot better. I guess that means we need to get ready and we need to go and lay out that house and build it up. So we want 3 spaces in between. So this is kind of our entryway. And then right here, we are going to use a mixture of mud bricks and packed mud to make our entrance. So one side of the house is going to be this wide. So we will have another 5 wide space. So 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to take this all the way back. And there we go. So that's a little bit of the layout that we will have of our starter house. So let's see what we can do about filling this in. Now, as you can tell, we have this beehive, and as I've said before, I have no Silk Touch to actually get rid of it, and I kind of sort of want to keep it. So we're going to try and build this house with the beehive inside of it, and we will, as soon as we get Silk Touch, we will get that out of there and put it in its brand new home. So one of the things I would like to do with this build is actually to create some height difference. And there we have the base of our house. Let's jump into that time lapse and keep on building. This guy just dropped down from up top there and terrified me, and now I'm freaking out. Oh no. No. Okay, we gotta get rid of this guy. Okay, 2 hits because he dropped down from right there. Guys, my poor heart. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome back, friends. We have made absolute so much progress here on our starter base. We have a pen for cows and a couple of fields, but we really need a carrot field. I have not picked up any carrots. So I thought we would go on a quick adventure back to our starter village just to see if they actually have any carrots. I don't think there's carrots here because there's wheat, there's potatoes here, but I am certainly not seeing any carrots by any means. Well, that was a bus trip, so let's go see if we can find carrots somewhere else. This is certainly an interesting ship. It's half a jungle ship and half dark oak ship. I'm very confused. That is so weird. I'm not sure I've ever seen a ship like that. We have carrots. Ooh, I like that. Well, then now we don't have to go to a village. Wait, is that like sunk down into the ground? I am so confused right now. Oh, there is a hole there. That is so confusing, and there's a lace and I really want a lace. Okay, a lace here. Oh, they're gonna kill me, guys. They're gonna kill me. Well, this was not the intention for today. We have carrots and we are being attacked by multiple things. So, I like going home. Home sounds really safe right now. Olays! I see one there. Where'd the other one go? Yeah, okay, we've lost one already. We have lost an LA, guys. Welcome home, little guy. This is going to be your brand new home, and I really hope you like it here. However, until we can actually find a place to put you, sir, that you won't disappear from me, you're staying in this boat. I'll be back for you, okay? Just hang out. Well, before we head back and go and plant that carrot field, let's go take a little bit of a look-see inside the interior of our starter mansion. So, as you can tell, we got a bunch of leaf action and flowers out here in the front of the starter mansion, and when we go inside, we got ourselves a kind of cute little entry. I like the little barrel sitting on the wall here and the plant boxes. And then I thought this could be like a place we'd put a book and any guests could come in and sign our guest book. Then going up here to the stairs, we got a little bit of a living room. Now, it's nothing fancy and we definitely have to add a few more things to it because it's very plain, but it could be a very good living room right here. Then just off the living room, we have a cute little bedroom, a 4-poster bed, and of course a desk and work area over on this side. As we go back through the living room, we come across this cobblestone box issue. This is where the beehive currently is. But we have a staircase that continues up, but right here across from the beehive, we have our storage system, which we got way more storage than we currently need because basically all the rest of these down here are empty. But we also have like miscellaneous storage here with things like our riches, old armor, and of course some mob drops. So this needs to be a little bit better organized. We do have woods and stuff separated, but I definitely want to label all the storage because, you know, storage is very much easier to find stuff if you actually have it labeled. And then over here, we have a little bit of a mini super smelter. So it's super simple, just adding in some hoppers so that I can just put the materials I need smelted up top. And then in the back, we can just put the fuel for the furnace. And we will be making a larger super smelter at some time, but for now, this is gonna work very well. So if we head on upstairs, this room is basically empty. I have a few kind of lights lighting up this area, a couple of shelves with nothing on them currently, and then some moss carpet for the floor. If you have any ideas what I can put in here, please leave me a comment below because I'd love to hear them. And if we continue on up these other stairs, we have a second set here with a brewing station, which we haven't been into the Nether, so we are going to have to go there next episode and get some nether wart so we can actually brew. And then over here we have our enchanting setup. So this is not up to the proper levels yet. It's only at 26 levels, I think, if we put something in here. Yes, level requirement right now is only 26, so we need a 30 level thing, but we also need levels ourselves. And currently we only have 22, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. But we do have these two dormers, and originally I was thinking of actually closing it in, so it was just like a staircase out onto these balconies. But I decided against that, and I kind of like the way that it has turned out, and as far as I know, it is safe for mobs popping in, so I think we're just going to leave it like that. Having found our carrots, it was time to get to planting them in a brand new field. Well, look at that, our first sheep for our sheep pen. Let's go bring the rest. Just 3 at a time? Okay then. With enough sheep in their new pen, it's time to maybe go get rid of the other ones? Yep, definitely more quiet down here. And with these final touches of adding in just a few pink peonies, we are going to call our starter mansion complete. Hello friends, Callie here, and welcome on back to Build Challenges. In today's episode, we got a lot of progress done, from building up an iron farm to creating our train-inspired nether portal. We also, however, encountered a lot of misfortune. Now let's get into today's video. I have found 3 zombie spawners. The first zombie spawner that is actually closest to us is right over against this hillside. So we're gonna dig down, get an XP farm, and then we need to head on over. Everything's absolutely, no, I'm not okay. I'm to head home and pick up the pieces. Guys, that was not cool at all. We are gonna head on into the Nether. And this is where we are gonna put the final nether portal, and where we're currently actually going to just make a small nether portal. So there's the roof right there, and here's where we're going to put the nether portal. So it's a decent ways away, but it will not make any noise, and we're going to clear out a lovely space, and we'll have buildings all between here and all the rest of that. Such a fancy nether portal. Let's see what this gives to us. Oh, not a nice spawn, not a nice spawn. Let me go home, let me go home. I can't do anything about this. Well guys, this episode is definitely starting off really great. Get killed by an enderman, which, you know, sucks. Make a fun little nether portal, go into the nether, and lose everything. Callie needs to regroup, and she needs to get her stuff back. I will see you guys in probably quite a while. Me, and yes, this is how I get up here. Also how I die. Well, welcome back, guys. We have done a thing. So we took that zombie spawner and we have made a somewhat functional zombie XP farm. So I am not mad about this. It's probably not the most efficient farm, but you know what? It's going to do the trick, and they are one-hit kills with the sword, at least at this moment. I'm happy. My current goal is to actually make a bubble vader on this side to take us directly up to the surface, and we have the materials, so I think we're going to just do that right now. So I will meet back with you guys shortly. Well, friends, we have done a lot of progress since the last time that I checked in. It's actually been a number of days of slowly working on some projects here in this world. We streamed a little bit, and of course, we got fully enchanted gear and a lovely couple of diamond pickaxes, and that is right, one of them is Silk Touch and one of them is Fortune. So super happy about that. But there has been a fairly large project that I ended up doing on stream with you guys. So if you are missing out on my streams, don't forget to head on over to Twitch and follow me. I typically stream Wednesdays and Saturdays, and I have recently added in a Thursday morning stream. So definitely go check that out. This is what we were working on. We actually made a beautiful wizard tower over top of our zombie spawner. To start the process in getting our projects done for this episode, we headed back to the Nether to finally make our portals safe and not a place where we fell off into a lava lake when the gas shot at us. So here we are placing down all the blocks to make ourselves a safety bridge across the lava. I'm very happy for that. This is good. This is much better. Once we armored back up, we continued on our adventure in the Nether to gather quartz as well as a little bit of glowstone. When you're doing something dangerous like this, you ever find that you just like your fingers cramp up so much more than if you were, I don't know, just at your base making a build, and if you fell it wasn't going to kill you? That's the way I'm feeling right now. My hands are sweaty. Oh my goodness. Okay. Whew, that was a long time. We finally made it over, and yeah. So as you can see, there is another fortress right there, but it does look like it's Soul Sand Valley mixed with Basalt Delta, which doesn't sound very fun. However, I do seem to recall that there is one this direction. Whew, okay, we're here. We made it. Not terrified at all. Definitely not terrified at all. Yes, please, Nether Wart. Let's go. And there's a blaze spawner right there. So can we sneak in, grab a couple and leave again? Now we do actually have looting on here. So that's amazing. Oh my goodness. Okay, how many was that? We got 4 blaze rods out of that. I'm not mad about that at all. Well, that was a very successful trip to the Nether and a lot less scary than the last time we went in there, so I'm happy. And we got a whole bunch of nether wart and about 20 blaze rods, which is perfect to get started on brewing up some potions and getting those ender eyes ready to go and fight that dragon. So now that we have actually finished off the Nether run, getting the blaze rods and the like, it is now time to start on our next project, which is going to help us with making our final Nether portal, and that is to build an iron farm. But of course, to build the iron farm, we need to clear out a little portion of our land to make room for our build. And just like that, we have ourselves an iron farm. Who am I kidding? This thing took forever. Oh my goodness, villagers are the absolute worst to work with. The 2 villagers up there on the side beds, both were taking the same bed. Didn't even know that was possible in Minecraft, but they were both taking the same bed. So when one slept, the other one stood over top of him angrily trying to claim the same bed that he was in, even though there was an empty bed. Oh my goodness, it was so frustrating. But anyways, this is Impulse's design of an iron farm and a villager breeder 2-in-1 system, which is amazing. I will link his video down in the description. So definitely go check it out. I mean, this is already getting a really big episode, but we have our iron farm. Next up, we actually have to build a building around this, and then we can finally start in on our nether tunnel train track situation. I mean, good thing that we're all about the big builds in this series. I'm gonna grab some resources and we are gonna get to building a blacksmith around this iron farm. So we went down mining for a bit, and then we decided we needed mending on our tools because we were going through way too many diamonds. Our villager we brought over took forever, but he finally gave mending, although not a great trade price. We have mending. Yay! Okay, it is 11, but at this point, I don't even care. It's mending and we need mending. Well, friends, I think it's finally time to get started building up our build around our iron farm. Because as you can tell, we have a little bit of a population issue and we are gonna have to deal with that sooner rather than later. Although not in this episode, because there's way too much going on in this episode already. But for now, it is time to jump into time-lapse mode and get a beautiful blacksmith building built up over this iron farm. Now, I know I told you guys that there was going to be a time lapse that we were jumping into, but Minecraft decided it didn't want to save the replay. So here we are. No time lapse, but the build is complete. So let's go take a look. And there we go. We have ourselves a very massive blacksmith. It turned out a lot bigger than I expected, but I'm also super happy with how it turned out. It took a lot of fiddling around with, but the end result is definitely a good thing. We got some leaf action going around the bottom. We used deep slate bricks in this one, and we have a beautiful staircase just going right on up here, and there are 2 doors because that's how I figured I could do it. So we have 2 doors where we can then come into the building here, and this is the iron farm. I had a lot of issues with this, guys. Like, it is seriously embarrassing how many issues. Oh my goodness. While I was building this thing, it stopped working. So I was like, oh, let me go and break a bed. And then I lost 2 of the villagers to falling off and dying. Brought 2 more up and went to go fix it again, and 1 died. Oh my goodness, so many issues, guys. Villagers are the worst. And unfortunately, that's not the only issue that happened. Not only did we have to replace the villagers here multiple times, but I had a little bit of an accident down here. This happened. We now have zombies and zombie villagers sitting in boats around here because I missed like 4 spawnable blocks over there, and they spawned in. So now that this building is done, it is now time to start tearing down the rest of the forest here and get working on our nether portal. We just finished streaming actually and ended up clearing out a bunch of the forest here in front of our iron farm so that we can get ready to start building up our nether portal. So I'm super happy with the progress that we made here. It's fully cleared out directly to the water, which is absolutely perfect, and we can definitely start building up this tunnel that I have planned, because we are going to be putting a train tunnel here with a track and a train on it eventually. But I think it is time that we do a little bit of work right here to chop down these mushrooms first off, and then do a little bit of terraforming to get ready to start laying down the train tracks. Well, we have done a thing. I streamed this morning. It is Thursday morning, and we got some work done on our nether portal train tunnel, and it was really good. Check out this clip also that I took from stream this morning, because we also got a great Minecraft advancement. Can I have a fire battle with you? Nope, clearly not. Haha. Yeah! I did it, guys. I did it. I got Sniper Duel. That's right. We are the Sniper Duel champion, and that was so fun to get on stream this morning. But let's take a little bit closer look at what we have accomplished here at the nether portal. So right here, I have put in a lot of the train track, and I'm unsure that all of this will be staying at this point. So I'm unsure that I really love this aspect here with the wood. It's not really working for me. I don't really know if I like it higher like this, but then I feel like there needs to be a lower portion down here, because all of this being in one level feels really weird. So we have to work on it a little bit of the design, Now we just have to finish decorating up the tunnel portion. Because we have this ruined effect, I would actually like to add some moss and some leaves and just kind of make it feel very overgrown and ruined. I like it. So I have done a little bit of fixing, and I actually ended up raising this railroad up, and I think I like it better. I think it makes more sense to have it up a little bit higher, and it's gonna certainly help with actually building out a bridge over top of this to have it up one more layer. And of course I added in some packed mud and some coarse dirt here on the sides and in the middle. I meant to put packed mud in here. I clearly forgot. So I'm gonna have to do that. This is looking amazing. I love the overgrown feel around our tunnel into the Nether and for our train. So it is coming together so well. Sirs, pretty sure this is my train station, not yours. What are you doing here? Go away. I have too many villagers here. Wait a second, where did you come from? How did this work? Oh no, I don't want to put you into the Nether. Why are you after me? Go away. Sirs, no. I know, my neighbors are not friendly. See, that's your home over there, but you're not very friendly. Neighbors, oh my goodness. We're gonna have to do something about those neighbors over there because this is getting unacceptable. So I made a little bit of a shape here for the bridge. Like, we don't want this thing super tall, but you want a little bit of an arch to it. So I think this shape is going to work out all right. But now we have to figure out how to make this bridge work with the current rail, because I want the rails to go over this bridge in an arching fashion. And then I do want this to continue that direction. I think it could make a really nice arch to do some mud bricks down here. And there we have ourselves a cute little train bridge. I really like it. I think it's turned out super well. And yes, we use some mud bricks, which fit in very nicely with this coarse dirt down here and the packed mud. And I decided to go a little wild and a little crazy and mix in some red mangrove wood. Now, I think the mangrove wood looks very nicely against the mud bricks. I'm kind of wondering about our rails, our dark oak rails, how well it is working if there's just too many colors going on. We kind of kept with the whole overgrown look, and we got some leaves and some vines going on, and of course a little bit of pink peonies here in the front and the back with a little bit of lighting to make sure we're not having any spawns up on the bridge. But friends, if we take a look here, we are on day 541. We have been in this world a long time, and while we have done a lot of stuff, we are in desperate need of some wings, and so we're gonna go fight a dragon. Yeah, we'll see how this turns out. So we headed off to go and search for the stronghold. Unfortunately, the stronghold ended up being under the ocean, and so it took me a long time to find, dug down, almost directly into the portal room. We were a little bit short on ender pearls, so we had to go back to our base through a quick nether portal, and we ended up coming back with 3 more ender pearls, which enabled us to make the right amount of eyes and open up the portal. No else good way to say it. We have to be brave. Let's go be brave. Got the first one. Like I know what I'm doing. Second one, oh gosh. 100% do not like the caged ones. Did it. Oh my goodness, guys, I just got that. Oh my goodness. Did that one too. Oh my goodness. Yes, I did it. Woo! As someone who has very poor bow skills, I was pretty proud of myself for hitting those crystals on the first try. Well, friends, we survived that dragon fight. We are back with all our levels and we are going to utilize them on some brand new tools and equipment before we head off to the end to get our wings. But look at the progress we have done. We have a beautiful nether portal, a wonderful train track and bridge, and of course a gorgeous large blacksmith iron farm. And I couldn't be happier with the progress that we have accomplished in today's episode.
Well, hello friends. I am very sick right now, as you can hear in my voice. And I have been sick for quite some time. So, if you will bear with me and my funky voice, we're going to see what type of detailing and beautifying of our base that we can do.
Let's talk about my ideas for this episode. There is a few things that I've been noticing around my base that are fine, but need a little bit of work. And that is a lot of detailing. One of the things that I really wanted when I moved to the dark oak forest is I love the grass and that kind of thing. I wanted to add in a bunch of moss around as well because I think the colors of dark oak grass, like the grass in dark oak forest, and then moss, I think just go together so well. We need to take down all these mushrooms too. And then I want to start thinking about what type of trees and other things we can put around here. Try and see what we can do about bringing a little bit more life to our base area. Since cutting down all those mushrooms is going to be a lot easier if our axe actually has silk touch, we're just going to buy this book and we are going to put silk touch on this axe. Dude, but that is like 35 levels. I don't have 35 levels. All I want is a little silk touch on my axe. So we can chop down all these mushrooms nice and easy like. Clearly, Minecraft has other ideas. Guess where you're gonna go and sit at Zombie XP farm for a long time and try and get 35 levels. So I will meet back with you guys, when all that's done and we actually have some silk touch on our axe here. So it was nighttime when I came up, but we have ourselves a silk touch on our axe and we need to go and try and actually kill this guy and get his gunpowder because we don't have a gunpowder farm. That also means I can't use these gorgeous wings too much because I don't have any rockets. I mean, I have 10 obviously in my inventory, and I might have a few other ones, but we don't have a lot, so we need to kill the creepers as we see them. I guess we go around and we start chopping down these guys. First though, let's see what this guy has to offer. Sir, well, you know what? Maybe we'll just chop him down from his perch. Oh, of course, you're running away from me now because you didn't appreciate the fact that I dropped you from your perch? Hey you, what do you have? Dark oak sapling. You realize what place you came to here, sir. This is literally a dark oak forest. Why would I need your dark oak sapling? Anyways, he can survive for a little bit longer. There's gonna come a time where I'm gonna say, you know what? You're in my way. You're constantly in my way. You need to leave, and he's gonna be no more. Well, let's keep going here. See what what's gonna happen. Well, that is looking a whole lot better. It's also looking way more naked once again. So we need to do something about that. And while I was rendering out that short little time lapse, yes, I did notice that I forgot one. So let's go and actually cut that one down. And then we can actually call ourselves finished on the whole removing of the mushrooms. There's 2 here. Let's chop down these 2 guys and see what we're left with. So unfortunately, I don't have a lot of leaves. I have a little bit of mangrove leaves, so we're gonna actually use some of that, and we also have some oak leaves. So hopefully those type of leaves will work out nicely for a couple of small trees around here, just to kind of bush out this area, make it feel less flat. There's a couple places as I was running around here that I kind of want to put a tree. And one of those places is actually right here.
we're going to take down this, and we are going to actually try and just use a little bit of fences. I did trees like this on my Northern Lights base, so I'm kind of hoping that this will be a good little tree to use. Super simple, but you know, it should look all right around here. Now, these ones, I don't really care if they're like kind of tall. Hello? Oh my goodness, I can't even get it where it needs to go. Now, it is just one leaf style, so do we need to add in anything else? Or can we just do it with mangrove leaves? I think we can just do it with mangrove leaves. I've also brought in a couple of lanterns because I figure, why not? A little bit of lantern action never hurt anybody. Plus, it will light up this area. I think we can do something like that. We're going to continue on and make up a few more trees around here and see what this looks like when we're finished. Well, I'm actually really enjoying the look of these trees around here. It's just really nice. But we're almost out of leaves. There's going to be a building over here. There's going to be buildings down there. There'll be a bridge over to our bee house, which for those of you who don't know, I started building that on stream before I got sick. And there it sits. So we will finish that on stream at some point when I get back to streaming. But since we are running out of leaves and I don't really want to cut down any more mangrove wood at this point, I think let's start in on another little piece. So if we take just a little bit of moss in here, maybe, oh, I did not mean to break that. Anyways, we can also put in a little bit of coarse dirt around here. And honestly, this might work out perfectly. It's just a little something. And with this one, we can definitely add in a little piece of moss here and there. There we go. That can work. Yeah, I like that. One of the other things I've slowly been doing here is covering up our big massive hole. At first, I was thinking of actually making this into like a mining area, etc., but I've decided to change that. So I'm going to cover it over. Probably means we're going to make a mob fest down there because it's not overly well lit up, but I keep running out of dirt. So we have to keep getting some. And the stupid Endermen, every time they keep stealing my moss blocks, they steal everything from me and I am not appreciative. One day I'm going to probably declare war on the Endermen. You know, knowing my luck, this is only 1 deep, and the Endermen are going to steal blocks from here, and I'm just going to be running along one day, and I'm going to fall into a hole. Yeah, it's just going to happen. I know, and I know I should fix it, and I'm also like, but I'm sick, and I don't want to fix it, so we're just going to deal with the chances of me falling into a deep hole. I do not love the torches around here, so that's actually something I want to take a little bit of time to try and fix. And I think one of the ways we're going to do that is add in a few more of these guys. I am actually going to go and buy some lanterns for my villagers. I'm going to turn this on. Make sure that we're actually spawn-proofing things around here. I'll bring you guys back when we actually have it fully spawn-proofed. I am loving how this is turning out. Just adding in these trees and then, of course, our little lanterns along the side. I love it. I've also added in a little bit of a path down here. I often run through here when I'm like headed to the zombie spawner or to cut trees or whatever I'm going to do over there. And I thought, why not? Let's just add in the path so it makes it feel a little bit more finished. Now, one of the things I actually want to do is get a bunch more coarse dirt, packed mud to add into the rest of the paths, because I really like how this turned out, but none of the other ones have it. So we are going to go and grab those things. But first, I thought we could maybe do a couple of custom little carts and that kind of thing around here. So I have a bunch of materials for that, and we'll see what we can make up. It's just simple, but I think it could work quite nicely. It just adds in a little bit more detail to this area. I kind of like it. There we go. Yeah, just something like that. let's try this one a little bit bigger. Yeah, I think this could work. We add in this. Perfect. Yeah, I like it. Okay. We have our coarse dirt and a bunch of packed mud, although I only have a stack of packed mud. I really need to set up a mud farm, or else I need to take a very long trip to go get some more mud. But for now, I think let's just start adding in a little bit of coarse dirt around here and see what we can do. Oh, Mr. Creeper. Ooh, there's lots of creepers. Okay, let's try and kill these guys and not have them blow up. That would be wonderful. Darn it. Here, I thought I could actually make that work. I don't know why I thought I could do that. Why did I not back up? I don't know. As you saw in that time lapse, we did end up finishing off the path decor. Now, I don't really know if the path is going to go exactly right here, but for now, this is where it is, and we'll figure out once we actually build in our railroad station if this is where it's going to stay. It might need to move over a little bit. And while I was actually rendering out that replay, I kind of had some ideas. There's a couple of empty spots that I don't love in here, like this being one of them. So I am thinking we're actually going to make a couple more fields, and we now have dirt. So we're going to cover this over and pretend it does not exist. But yeah, maybe we'll do beet and melon. Okay, we're just gonna hope for the best. And once these guys are actually grown up and we have watermelons, I will artfully place them in rows and lines and all that kind of stuff. But for now, I think that's good. And we are gonna head over to this next location for our beets. Let's just get these beets growing, because I only got 18 seeds. Well, friends, I do think that is going to be all for this video. I know it's a little bit of a smaller video in the sense of what we actually accomplished, but we should be back to a normal recording schedule in the coming weeks and regular streaming times. So I do hope that you will tune into my streams and get ready for some amazing videos coming out. But we have completed just touching up this area a little bit, and I really love it. I love now that the path is kind of finished off here and textured, our cute little carts sitting around as well. And of course we got a couple new fields in here, which just makes this area feel so much more finished and completed. Hello friends, and welcome on back to another Build Challenges video. In the last episode, we started decorating up our base, but one of the things I mentioned was that I really wanted some moss. So that's what we're going to do in today's episode. We're going to be building up a moss farm. And of course, we need to decorate it. Yes, it's time to go gather some more resources. Well, this should be the resources that we need. However, we need sticky pistons and I don't have slimes. So we need to go hunting for them. I do believe that if we head down into our mine-ish area, we should come across some slimes. Well, this was easier than I thought. He was right here waiting for me. Please give me some slime balls. Oh my goodness, so many slime balls. This is amazing. Well, back to making our moss farm. I want to build our moss farm right here, but I do think I'm going to shave off this top layer, give us a little bit more space to work with, and it should be good. So I am using the moss farm tutorial by Gamer Corey. I will link the video down in the description. Go check it out if you want. I cannot promise it's gonna work. I have no idea, but it looks like a fairly simple tutorial to follow, so we're gonna try it out. Well, I finished the tutorial and I have made myself a moss farm.
have not turned it on yet to see if it actually works. Just be forewarned, if you do use this tutorial, there were a couple of steps that were missed that you had to then just find in the video. So basically the gist here is the moss is created, it comes over into these hoppers. Some of the items go down into this composter to be made into bone meal, and then some of the items come down into this composter to be made into bone meal. And I have made this one into wheat seeds, so it means all our wheat seeds will be composted since that's something you don't want. And then the rest of the items come out through here and down into this chest bank to be saved. So that's the gist of this farm. Let's see if this thing actually works. It's making noise like it worked. We have done one wrong thing. Farm doesn't work if you don't have bone meal in it. I should be able to put bone meal in here, which then should fill up this dispenser. Okay, let's start this again and see if this is actually gonna work. Okay, it's working. I'm so proud of myself that I can do redstone. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness, guys, we have so much moss. I am happy about that. I mean, this thing has been like running for what, 2 minutes, if that? Oh, we have ourselves a bone meal farm. Absolutely amazing. But if you know me at all, we can't leave it like this. It is redstone. You know, redstone is kind of ugly. I'm going to come up with a design and we're going to cover this with a beautiful building. Well, unfortunately, I had to do a little bit of terraforming, which meant taking down the tree that was right here, but we're going to return it. Any of you guys have your brightest building ideas just as you're falling asleep? Yep, that was me last night. And I figured out what I wanted to do around this building. So let's get building it. I just AFK'd here for a second while I was grabbing some lunch, and this could be a problem. I did not think anything would come in here, especially a scary creeper. Well, I did think this was fairly spawn-proof. The roof is not spawn-proof, so I wonder if that's how he got in. So I thought out here was pretty decent. Oh, I want his gunpowder, but I don't want to die. Don't blow it up, sir. Creepers and redstone, uncool. The block missing up there, which probably means the stupid Endermen have been back at it again. This is so uncool. Okay, let's go put this back. And we are gonna have to get to on-proofing our roof, because that's uncool. But for now, at least we don't have creepers in our redstone anymore. So here's our build, mostly finished. There's a little bit more detailing I want to do around it, but for the most part, I'm really happy how it turned out. Of course, it always takes longer than I expect it to, so this one was no exception. But I really do kind of like the log cabin feeling I went for here. I know a lot of our builds around here are a little bit more fantasy vibe, and I almost feel like this one steers away and almost this just becomes kind of barn shaped. Which I'm not mad about. I think it works for the industrial use that it has. But as you can tell, there is no doorway on this side, which means there's just a couple little windows just to kind of decorate up this side. But for the most part, all the magic happens in the front. It kind of turned out that way just because of how the moss farm is built, but I don't think it really matters because we can definitely bring in a path down here to connect. And if we do build ourselves up a lighthouse like I'd like to, we could do it down there and we'd again have a nice pathway to connect and you would see the front of this build from this direction. So we have ourselves a little bit of a porch here. Right underneath of here is the collection system for the moss farm itself. And the basement is definitely not very decorated because, well, there's just a lot of redstone-y stuff down here that I don't want to mess with too badly. Through the front door here is the actual moss farm itself. I did a little bit of an interior, but as you can see, it's kind of plain. I really only put in a floor here. And it's turned out all right. I kind of like it. I wish I could cover in the moss farm a little bit more and have a little bit more decor around here, but I'm not sure how to do that. But right here is where you can just flip the switch on. And that's why I left this open, because it's like, well, I need to access that anyways. So of course we went with the same style roof as the other buildings around here. Originally I had started out with some mud brick and packed mud, but I didn't like how close in color it was to the spruce logs and spruce wood, so I ended up just switching it out for deep slate, which I think was the better choice, and I really like it. And of course the accents with dark oak and the like looks very nice. And I'm falling down the hill. This is helpful. A lot bigger build and took a lot more time than I expected it to, but I am very happy with the results. I think it's time that we just finish off our pathway and a little bit of decor around here, because even though I really like this build, it's quite plain still. So let's start off with a pathway and see what we can do. I did a thing. From this side, I am absolutely loving this. Oh my goodness, look at the cute little chimney that I got going on there. And of course, adding in the trees, it's really tied this build together. We did change out a lot of the terraforming here. So I took back the carrot field even more to give this a little bit more space, so you weren't quite so tight up against the building for the pathway, which I think is super helpful. And of course, you can keep that tree right there. I think that's no problem. We definitely need to add in some moss around here, and that will be the next thing that we do, but I just wanted to bring you guys back. I can't, okay, there we go. But I just wanted to bring you guys back and show you kind of the progress. I really love that chimney. Oh my goodness, it really helps this build so much. Let me go get some moss and let's see what we can do with greening up this area around here. Unfortunately, everything is pretty dark around here still, so we need to do something about that by adding in a few lights. I really like the look of adding in the moss. I think it's gorgeous. I really like it. But I do want to put in a few lanterns here, and I am wondering, come on you, I'm not tall enough. So that will definitely help with having the lights in that tree, but we need some lights over here. And I was wondering if another tree would work here, but I think it's going to be too much. I was also thinking of doing one of those lantern things right here in the corner, but again, is that going to be too much? That might work. And I mean, of course, with these ones, you can't particularly do it diagonally. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, can you do this diagonally? Actually, you know what? That might work. We'll sleep on it. I think we're going to leave it and see how it kind of feels over time. But I do kind of like the angled look, and you can still get by no problem. Over here, obviously, we got some lanterns out in the front, which I think is more than enough. Ooh, from this angle, actually, that looks really nice. You know what? We're actually going to make a couple of trees, and I think that will kind of fill this area out and make it feel a little bit more completed. So let's do that. Even just with the addition of this one tree, so much better, but we need more. With the second tree, definitely. I really like it. We need to fix up this edge right here, but because I don't know what we're building down here, I don't want to do that yet. Adding in just the simple trees and leaves and moss. Oh my goodness, this build looks so pretty. But you know what else we can't forget? We can't forget to add in some leaves. Leaves! Wow, I can't talk. We can't forget to add in some flowers. Now for a few little pink flowers. It's looking so pretty. I have to say though, my favorite part of this build is this chimney. It's amazing, and I definitely need to make more. I am pretty pleased with our work here. I love it. It's time to build a creeper farm, everyone. And one of the first things that we're gonna need is some cats. So let's go get some fish and go see if we can find ourselves a couple of cats. Can you believe I haven't even made myself a fishing rod? And no, I do not have any raw fish, only cooked fish. Let's see if we can enchant this fishing rod to help our process go easier. Lure 2. It'll lure things closer to us, and hopefully we'll get a bunch of fish with this. Oh, it's been such a long time since I've just sat and fished, and honestly, this is really nice. Guys, it's not giving me raw fish. Do I have to physically go out there and kill them with my sword? Oh my goodness, we got a first fish. And it's a tropical fish, which is not going to help us at all. I'm going to sit here and fish for a little bit, and I'll bring you back when we got some cats. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Cat finding might be a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. Okay, I think we are gonna have to head on to village number 2. I am not seeing any cats here. Any cats here, guys? Baby villager, have you seen a cat to play with? Well, I think this was a bus trip too. We're gonna have to go to another village. Guys, why do you have string in there? Did you kill a cat? On to village number 4. I just heard a cat. There's a cat right there. I see his tail. He's our friend immediately. This is very rude. Please move so I might have my putty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Let me catch one of you, please. Oh, there's one right here. Come here, you. The same as our other one. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. Come here, fella. Well, I guess whenever I figure out where I am, I will meet you guys back at home once I get this cat back there. Well, now that we're home with our 2 twin cats, I think it is time to gather the rest of the resources to build up this creeper farm. We are probably going to be building up the creeper farm in the ground a little bit, and then we'll have the sugarcane farm on top. So we're going to have to do a little bit of digging, but I think let's grab those resources first, and then we can come back and actually dig the hole that we need to put it in. Well, I am back with all the resources that I am going to need. I am using the tutorial by Blaze Dude for a simple creeper farm. I have made something similar in a previous series, so I guess now we kind of have to start thinking about where we're going to place this. Because if we consider we're going to have like a train boarding platform maybe to here, and then we'll probably have the actual building start around these blocks. So that means we're probably going to need to make the center of the creeper farm right around here. I think that will give us enough space. Like I said, I'm digging it down, so really it doesn't matter a lot where I put it. And yes, unfortunately, this does mean that we're probably gonna have to go down and light up some caves. So let's get to building this farm. So just laid out the shape here. I think that will be fine size-wise. We can cover that up. And like I said, it's going in the ground. So we're not gonna see it anyways. And it's really the sugarcane farm that I need to worry about. So I'm gonna bring you guys back when I have a little bit more progress to show. I know I said I'd bring you back when I had a little bit more progress. How about a lot more progress? We just finished the farm. So super simple, very similar to the one I've made before. So this is our pathway down. That is, oh darn it. Totally forgot there was a torch there, which means we're gonna have to get that out. So now the farm is fully functional. I'm assuming I'm too close to it and that it's in the ground, that it's not actually gonna work while we're here. I'm happy about this. That was a very easy farm to make compared to the moss farm we made in last episode. So this is really good. Well, I AFK'd for a total of 5 minutes. I timed it. We have 8 gunpowder, so at least we know that it is working. I would say that I'm gonna have to do a lot of lighting up of caves for the rates to really increase. The person who did the tutorial AFK'd for 10 minutes and got like a stack and a half of gunpowder. And somehow I think I'm gonna need to do something about that. Other than that, I am very happy with this project. Ignore the messy scaffolding behind me. We'll fix that. We will fix that with the build and have an AFK platform up high. He's gonna, oh my goodness! That baby zombie, he just came out of nowhere. And between that and the attack of the skeleton, I was done for. There was nothing I could do about that. And then of course I went and I hit the inventory button instead of hitting, like grabbing my sword out. Oh my goodness, this is why I don't play hardcore, guys. Okay, my inventory is a little bit messy, but back to lighting things up. So now that lighting up the area has been finished, or mostly finished, and we also adjusted the AFK platform, I think it's time that we start building up the building that we have planned over here. So I have a bunch of boxes of resources. I'm hoping there'll be enough. Got a whole bunch of random stuff in here, and I have a plan and an idea, and so we're gonna try and build this thing. Well, welcome back for a progress update. There's a couple things that need to change. One, I thought oak wood would work as the walls. They don't. I need to tear it down. Other than that, I am liking how it's coming. I am liking the roof. I think it looks very nice. So let me go and tear down those oak walls, and let's go replace it with something a little bit darker. Yes, this is looking a whole lot better and definitely fitting that kind of ruined / overgrown look that I was going for. I might have too many cobwebs out here in the front, but I'm going to go around and finish off the detailing and the rest of the deep slate walls, and I will come back and show you guys when it is complete. Welcome back, friends. Here we have the exterior of our train station. Now, of course, the next thing we need to do is we actually need to add in a sugarcane farm. This empty space in here is where we're going to put it. Now, this is a very large space for a sugarcane farm for a single player world. So you know what? I think we need to section this off into different little rooms. Maybe we have a storage room on one side where the luggage for those departing on the train would go. You know, we'll figure it out. I'm sure we can find something to do. The top of this roof obviously is very holy, which I think is fine because it kind of does that overgrown look we're going for. But something I have noticed is I forgot to put walls on these dormers, and so it's just like floating there, which I think is really weird. So we are going to go up and put a little bit of a wall situation, but of course I have none of those blocks on me. I just got home for vacation, and yeah, I need to remember where everything is in this world. Let me go find those, and I will bring you guys back when we get working on that interior. Let's add in a little bit of a wall situation here. That seems weird. You know what? Well, maybe let's just do this and take these guys down and this one down. And then it's just a little bit more enclosed. I think that will work. I think we're going to use a little bit of dark oak for our beams. With the space in between these rafters, I think we're going to try a little bit of spruce. If we do spruce along this side and then spruce along this side, then I think we can add in some trapdoors. Now, before we say, yay, this is an amazing work, let's keep going, we should look at this. That's not that bad. Let me continue on and see what I can do. Well, roof is done, and now it is time to partition this off into a few more rooms. Oh, now we have a separated room over there. So we could have this as like the storage area. So this one over here, we're going to have to get rid of the window as well. So then this one needs to go one more over. Now we have two rooms. We have this area right here as well. Let's do arches for these beams. So let's see what we can do with arches. Let's try that, and let me go do that with the rest of them. Okay, now that we have the arches done and some of the roof and the rest, let me take a little bit of time here to see about the decorations in this area. I'll bring you guys back when we got a little bit more progress going. I finished off the waiting room. It's very pristine compared to the fact that this is a ruined and or overgrown location. So we definitely gonna have to fix that. But I thought before we started over here on the storage side, we should actually make our sugarcane farm. Now, I have made sugarcane farms before, normally with the help of Minnie, not by myself without a tutorial, but we're gonna try it without a tutorial and we're gonna see if I can remember how to do this. Dirt right here. We want an observer right here observing this fella. We then take our pistons and we do them across this direction. I didn't think this through, did I? No, I did not think this through. Guys, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just pretending I know, okay? Will the mechanics of Minecraft like me today? I do not know. Okay, it goes there and it'll get bubble baited up. Like I know what I'm doing, guys. So you plant all of the sugarcane here. And we go like this all the way along. If I place this, or what have I missed? How do we do this in a very manageable way that does not require me to take too much of this out? Bucket of water here, which definitely means we'll need to move this over. So right here, we're gonna want to put block. I can figure this out. I don't need to look at a tutorial. You guys are probably all laughing at me right now. Like, this is so easy, Callie. You can totally do it. You're making this really hard. I'm sorry, this is so painful to watch. I need a moment, guys. I'm gonna figure this out and I'm gonna bring you back when I got it all working. Progress has been made, guys. I switched this around and now when there's a growth, things happen. But horrible things happen. How do we make this work? Because that noise is gonna drive me up the wall. I give up, guys. I absolutely give up. That means I gotta look at the tutorials. I figured it out and I didn't have to look at the tutorial. To be fair, I did have to go over to Metacraft and look at my sugarcane farm there. So thank you, Minnie. So now it's a matter of definitely finish decorating this off, and we have got to finish setting up our storage down here. I think something like that. I'm not saying my redstone is pretty. I'm not saying it's the most simplest thing in the whole wide world, but you know what? It's gonna be functional and that's all we need. Let me play around with this, see if we can make this look a whole lot better than it currently is, and I will get back with you guys. I think it is high time to show you guys the finished product because yes, I just went at it and I decorated the entire interior and got all the sorting systems worked out. So we enter this area with this kind of broken down door. This door is on backwards, so technically this looks closed to zombies, which is my hope. So off to the side here, of course, we have the waiting room area. I ended up breaking out a few of the blocks on the ground. We have a little bit of cobwebs in there, some leaves. Now we also have our sugarcane farm. So we left out the centerpiece here so you can actually see that it's working, and technically there is no roof to it. But we got some leaves up there and some mangrove roots and of course a few little cobwebs. So I really like how this turned out, but that's fine. This is the storage system over here. So all of this stuff here has no purpose whatsoever. It's literally just barrels because I felt like putting barrels and chests there. But this is our sugarcane storage and we already got a stack and a half, which is amazing. And then we have our gunpowder storage. So this system right here, again, it has a bubble vader coming up and then across and filling up all the storage units. We now have a functional gunpowder farm and a functional sugarcane farm. Now we can actually have all the rockets in the whole wide world that we want, and we can maybe even get ourselves a little bit of TNT to do some explosion work at some point. And there we have our finished train station filled to the brim with sugarcane and gunpowder for all our rocket needs. I am super happy with how this build turned out. Exchanging the oak wood for the deep slate, definitely the right choice, and I really love the overgrown and ruined look we went for here. Over time, our base has turned from an overgrown dark forest into a beautiful landscape filled with fall-colored farms and buildings. But more farms must be built, especially to sustain our ever-growing population and provide homes for them to live in. Welcome to our currently unnamed town here. If you have any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. I really would love for our town to have a wonderful new name. But enough about town names. Today, we are tackling yet another farm. This one is going to be a sheep farm to produce the wool necessary to not only complete the roofs here in our village, but also to fashion beds for our future village that I will be creating up on that hill for all our villagers. First though, we are definitely going to need a bunch of resources for this project. Of course, we're going to need quite a bit of dark oak, and thankfully we got loads of it here. But we're also going to need some glass. We'll start with that for now. And a little bit of pumpkin, smooth red sandstone, acacia logs, and orange wool. But we're also going to need a little bit of orange terracotta. Now, of course, we can't forget our redstone necessities. We're definitely going to have to be making some more, but for now, we will grab what we have. And we definitely can't forget a little bit of spruce wood and our favorite spruce trap doors. And we also need a little bit of cobblestone and a little bit of stone brick. Now that we have those base materials, I think I'd better make some more redstone. There is definitely not enough redstone materials in these boxes. So I guess now that we have basically the resources that we're going to need, I think it's time to head on over and see what we can do about building this thing up. So of course we have our sheep in here, and soon they are going to be in a brand new location just waiting for them. And the plans for the sheep farm, it's going to go right in this area. I might be a little crazy, never said I wasn't, but I am pretty sure that we will be building ourselves a diagonal sheep barn right here in front of our moss area. You know, just wish me luck. I'm sure it'll turn out fine. Well, I've played around with the placement of our barn here a little bit. So, of course, I have a lot of work ahead of me, and instead of watching me super frustrated in first person on how to build the diagonal barn, let's jump into a time lapse and get this thing built up. So I might have gone just a little bit crazy, but we have ourselves a beautiful diagonal sheep barn. Diagonals are very hard, but I do like the final product that we have. But as you can tell, we went a little crazy with a whole bunch new trees in our base. Was not the plan, but I was streaming this morning and all of a sudden I'm like, I want trees around our new build here. And I found these trees. I mean, we built these ones on the Metacraft server, but with spruce leaves, not mangrove leaves. And I really like this. I love how they turned out, and it gives us such more of a unvanilla forest feel, and I really like it. But let's go take a little bit of a look at the sheep barn, and I'll show you what still needs to be done. We have ourselves on the outside a little bit of feral action and beehives and the like, just to kind of fill out the side a bit better, and of course a few more trees. This is the path that we'll take over to the bee house, and I want to put a few more trees here, but I also want to put a couple of little buildings along the river's edge, and I haven't quite decided what they want them to look like, but that's how we'll fill out that side, with a few more buildings and of course a couple more trees. But on the interior, I have now set it up here on the basement, where this is where we're going to put the villagers. They'll each have their pods, and I have 8 villager spaces to go. Down here, we are going to be putting honey blocks. Just like I did over here, I've just run out of honey. This way I don't have to worry about doing something at the front where the villagers can't jump out, because they can't jump off of honey. So once they're in there, they're stuck and they're not going to move. Here, we have ourselves 2 ladders because, well, it's diagonal and an even build, so it needed 2. And this is our sheep farm right here. So I have them all set up, all the different pods set up for the sheep. And yes, apparently I am losing my voice, but I also think I'm getting sick. So not a very good combo. So before I completely lose my voice, I think it's time to start wrangling some sheep. Wow, I think that was the smoothest mob moving ever. So now that they're all in there, they are obviously not dyed the proper color, which is a little annoying, but I already set it all completely up in the back with the redstone. So I'm gonna have to come back through and actually dye them all separately. So I guess the next step is to go and get 8 villagers and see if they're gonna be as smooth of a move as these sheepies were. After a bunch of time waiting for the sheep to stop being sheared, once I took the redstone away for a bit, we finally have all the colors of the sheep laid out right here, and I have noted them all by adding in their specific wool block in front of them. But now, at least when we're up here, we can know which ones have been producing said wool, and I'll be good. And then downstairs as well, we have done the same thing where we have all the wool laid out on the floor of which chest bank is producing which wool. I also ended up putting gates at both ends. I realized once I had villagers in here, having it an open doorway, and with the amount of patrols that seem to like to come through, and of course the times that I like to spend the night awake, these guys would be in a lot of danger. We do have all 8 in now. They're all on honey, so they can't jump. So I haven't really traded with them except to lock them in. I locked them in over there because I knew that they were going to try and grab these barrels from me. So I'm like, no way, we are giving you your job block over there and locking you in. So now that we have actually finished off the interior in here, well, okay, we're finished off the bottom. The top it needs love, but we'll do that later. I think we need to start talking about how we're going to fill in this space along the river, because I really want it to feel finished, and right now it doesn't. You know what we're going to try? We're going to make a little bit of a fishing dock here. I know we have ocean all the way around us on the other side, but it could be nice just to have a little fishing hut here on the edge of the river. So I think to do that, we are going to make our dock, the long portion go out this direction. So I'm thinking this can be a dock where we can walk onto, and then this right here would be the actual building itself or the fishing hut. So if we make a little bit of a platform like this, okay, that is a whole lot better. A little bit of leaf action, some old barrels and stuff around here, and a little bit of a fence around the dock, plus a whole lot of these trees, and I think this place is going to look gorgeous. I like that. That is super cute. And see, it's just a little building that we can just place right there on the water's edge and start filling in this area. Let's add in a woodshed now. Now that the shell of this building is done, let's see what we can do about adding in a little bit of a log variance in here. That fills it up a lot, but I do think that that's fine. And I think we're going to add in a little bit more of the logs, but we're going to use some mangrove. I don't know. I think that could work for sure. Maybe even on the outside out back here, we should have some logs that need to like go in there. There we go. That'll work very nicely. I also want a few leaves around here. And let's try some mangrove roots as well. There we go. That's a lot more overgrown looking. And then we need a couple little lanterns here. One right there. Now this is filling out so nicely. I love our little wood shack right there, and then all the trees I was able to put around it just really makes it feel hidden inside of these woods. I have a little bit of a path into the woodshed. I don't really have any interior in the woodshed. I just put a floor in there basically, and there's a light, so it's not spawnable. So we might do a little bit of an interior, but for the most part, this is what we got. And then I put a few more trees here around the fishing shack itself, which again just provides that little bit more hidden in the forest feeling, which I really love. And then, yeah, you can walk up into the fishing shack, which has a little bit of an interior here, and fish off the end of the dock if you want to. So I'm really loving all these trees that we added in here just to really finish off this area. I'm sure that there's a few more trees. I could maybe put a small one right there, and definitely a lot of trees on this side. But I'm considering putting a building right here, so we're not going to do that right now, and we are going to finish off the trees on this side once we put in the building that I have planned for this area. Now, we have to finish off the texturing of these paths because it's not finished, and I definitely want to put some dark oak slabs right here so that we can easily jump up. I would also like to add in some more moss around here. Maybe even have some leaves or something like that. Maybe a few more like fallen logs or something. I don't know. There's a little bit more that needs to be done with the grass level of this area, because while the trees are beautiful, it's a little bit too plain on the actual grass area. There we go. That tidied up the pathway a little bit and gave it a little bit more detail. Now let's see what we can do about the grass here. There we go. I really like that. Just the little added touches. And moss with dark oak forest grass, it looks amazing. So I also brought some mangrove roots and some mangrove leaves. So we could just put in a little bit that, I don't know, in little different piles around here maybe. It's just a little something extra. So if we take the bone meal, I kind of just want a couple more pieces of grass around here. I think we're going to add in these other pink flowers in here as well. We have them everywhere else, so I kind of feel like we got to add them in here too. I really love this. It's looking so pretty. Such a beautiful little magical forest that we have ourselves here. Well, friends, it's been a blast. We have done a lot of work here. We have ourselves a automatic sheep farm, as well as a bunch of shepherd villagers, which is amazing. And then we got ourselves a beautiful magical forest with a cute little fishing shack, as well as a woodshed. Mining resources has become a huge problem. Currently, we are using our entrance into our zombie XP farm, but this is not working any longer. We don't have an easy way to transport all the resources that we get, and we need a better system so that we can get resources from all different layers. So I think it's time to change that. You know, most Minecrafters set up their mining entrance and mining systems very early on in the game. Friends, we are over 1,000 days here in this world, and we still don't have an official mining setup. I have a plan, and that's exactly what we're going to do today. I have been perusing our base here, and I have come across a couple of things that we desperately need in our world to kind of feel like we can get everything that we need at this time. And one of those things is a great mining entrance that we can not only go down into, but also has a system to funnel up all the products into a storage building at the top. And we are going to be building our mining area right around this area. I think to start off immediately here, in order to get a little bit better of a lay of the land, we're going to chop down all these trees. So let's do it. Now that we have everything cleared out, let's talk about the plans that I have for this mining area. Let's go into free cam mode here to kind of show what I'm talking about. So as you can tell, there's like this flat area here and then a little bit of a hill before going up on the back of this hill back here. So I am thinking that we are going to build the actual building for the storage of the stone materials right here. And I think that way we can have a large building, because I mean, you and I both know there is a lot of stone materials to store. I also want to have a tower on one of these sides, and I'm not sure which one. And kind of from where that tower is where we're going to pipe up all the resources into the sorting system of our mine storage area. So I'm going to get some resources and we are going to start kind of laying out the footprint of this building to see if what I have in my mind is actually going to work in this area. Well, I ended up going into creative to do a little bit of design work because just laying it out here in survival was not working for me. So I think I have finally come up with a design that I enjoy and I think will look good here, but it's time to build it up. The thing that I did in creative, it is literally all made out of stone. So I don't necessarily have a build palette. We're going to definitely go along with a lot of what we have here. I think we're going to build this whole thing up in stone, and then once we tweak it and make it as we want it, then we're going to add in all the detail bits and the like. Unfortunately, we don't have enough stone. All that I have is in my inventory, and that's not very much. So I guess I'm mining before we get this building built up to try and get ourselves some more stone. So let me get on that, and I'll bring you back into a time lapse, and we will get the stone version of this building all built up. Well, we have our stone mining building all built up. Of course, we need to figure out a build palette for this, but I do think this is going to work out very nicely. I also think, upon looking at the rest of my builds, this is probably the largest build that we have in this area, and I'm kind of excited about that. So, of course, we have this tower here on the side, which honestly, I really love how that tower came out, and I can't wait to add the details and the other blocks into it to really make it pop. And then we have ourselves the building down below. Now, as we go in, obviously there's all of this dirt here in the way, which I am going to have to mine down, but we will get to that here in a little bit. I have a couple of pieces pushing out here. This is just to show where walls are going to go and more storage. And so that's why I have them here. But first, let me clear all of that dirt out and I shall bring you back when it is all done. Things are taking shape inside of our building. As you can tell, I've done actually quite a lot of work. I have cleared out the entire building of all the stone that was in there, and then I added in a little bit of stone to show where the walls are going to need to go. And I even put in all the chests and a bunch of the hoppers that we're going to have for the storage. So as you can see, as you first come in, there will be chests on either side. And then at the back, we're going to have a bank of chests. And then there's also some towards the end here. This is more than enough storage for our needs, but I was like, you know what, let's go big. And then over here, inside of the tower, we're going to have the bubble vader that bubble vates everything up. And then we're going to have some type of either water system, more than likely, across the top so that all the items can then get filtered down into the different chest banks. So it is going to be a little bit convoluted to try and make sure that the water stream runs a specific direction to get where it needs to go, but I'm hoping this will work out all right. Now, of course, we cannot leave it all in stone, and we have got to start talking about the build palette and how we're going to actually build this up. And because it is a mining building, I do think we're going to use a lot of stone brick and cracked stone brick and all the like. So I'm going to go get some of those materials and we'll see what we can do with a little bit of texturing along the walls here. Well, a little bit of a progress update. We have our roof on the main building completed now, and of course all the wall texturing, but I do want to finish off this tower. I'm thinking we're going to have some dark oak wood there in the middle bits, and then we need to do a lot of detailing. Because while I have texture on the walls, it's kind of plain. So I have a couple of ideas of how to fix that, and of course we'll have trees around here and the like. But I do like how it's coming so far, and I decided to put in a little bit of fence work here on the front entrance. I think definitely once we get the interior finished, this will look a little bit better. First off, let's go work on this tower over here. Well, with the rain here, we have finished the tower, and I like how it turned out. We got a little bit of dark oak wood, and of course we have some packed mud and some mud bricks and our little orange roof. And now we need to detail a little bit of the exterior before going into the interior of the build. So one of the things that I'm thinking about here with the exterior is it's just a little bit too flat. So we either need to pull out some stone rubble on the outside, or else we need to make almost like inset windows and then just put a little bit of wall action in there. So I'm going to try both of those options and see which one I like better, and I'll bring you back when it is complete. Now this I am liking. So I did try it with kind of the window shape with the wall in. It just wasn't doing it for me. Plus it would attach to any of the other walls or redstone stuff that I have in the background. So I was like, no, we're going to leave it flat walls, and then we're going to bring in kind of these rocky outcroppings. I don't know how true this would be of a building, but I do think it kind of worked out for this building itself, having kind of the crumbling stone on the outside, covered in leaves and dead leaves and the like. Of course, we're going to grow a few trees, build up a few trees like this around here, and we need to connect the paths together. We're gonna actually wait on that one for just a little bit because I need to do some work in here. We do need a floor in here. We need to finish off all the redstone, and we need to get rid of the stone and actually turn it into some wood and walls and kind of make this interior look a lot prettier than it currently is. And of course, we gotta get ourselves our little pathway down to our mining center. So a lot of work yet to still do, but it is going to look great. It is looking so pretty on the interior of the storage unit now. I really like the design we got going on here with the spruce wood and the dark oak wood. Now, of course, we can see the roof line, which I don't like, but I don't want to cover it up yet until we actually have the sorting system put in there. Because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of movements, obviously, that are going to be needed because we need to figure out how to get the sortable items from inside this tower all the way around our system and back to this one. But so far, I really like how this is turning out. Here in the corner, because it is against the outside wall, I just left the stone in, and then the rest of this area, we have the spruce wood. This one we couldn't inset simply because of how it is set up against the chest bank right there. But I think that's fine. I think it just gives it a little bit of difference, and I don't mind it. On the floor, of course, we get some spruce and some stripped spruce logs just to kind of give it a finished touch. Well, let me just quick fix these stairs. I forgot that I did not have them in. So now that we have the base of this storage area kind of finished off, I definitely need to do the redstone setup and the like, but I think I actually want to wait on that for a second, and that's something I'll probably do off camera. We'll just be using Impulse's design for the sorting system in the back, and then I just need to figure out some water pathways to send the materials across. But I do think we should work on this room right here. We are gonna dig out this entire circle down to diamond mining level. And then we will make a staircase using wood to make a circular path down and up. And then at the different levels that we're going to want the dropper system to send the items up into the bubble vader, we'll just have floors. So that is kind of my idea, and I'm hoping it's going to work out, because otherwise me starting the project of digging this giant hole down to the level that we need to go, since I mean we're sitting at 64 right now, so that's a long way down, is going to be absolutely worthless and not worth my time. But here we are. That's exactly what we're going to do next. Well, friends, mega progress has been made. I dug me a hole. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no beacon. This took a lot longer than I expected it to, but even though this took a long time, I'm super happy with it. I'm excited to see what it's gonna look like once we actually have all the wood and the rail in place and the like. We are going to have to put in our center bubble vader all the way up. First, I'm actually going to go see if I have enough glass for a bubble vader, because if we could actually get that part set up and then finish the redstone up here, I think that would be absolutely wonderful. Then we can work on getting our own mode of transportation headed down into the mines. After a bunch of time mining down spruce trees, we now have almost a full shulker box of spruce trapdoors and a bunch of spruce logs, as well as some glass, because it is time for us to get this whole of our mining center fixed up and looking beautiful. But here on the bottom, we want to be in the center. Can I be in the center? Guys, what did I do? Why is this not a center? What have I done to my room? Okay guys, let's go see if I can fix this, and then we'll start putting in the glass. Well, sometimes you make pretty redstone, and sometimes you simply make functional redstone. And I think for today, this is more functional than pretty, which is completely against what I like doing in Minecraft. But I'm also proud of myself for the redstone that I did do. So down here we have our platforms with the dropper system that you can put all your items into that chest right there, and it will automatically dropper it out up into this bubble vader, which then goes across. It's not fully set up, but it then goes across in these interesting glass enclosured patterns, and it should make its entire way around all of my sorting systems. Let's see what we can do about making ourselves a rail path all the way down into our mine. Okay, I think I've made all the redstone work here, and now it is auto sorting the things that I have placed in the chest for auto sorting. This is amazing. Is it the prettiest thing in the world? No, not at all. But you know what? It's functional, and that is what we need around here. Now that we have the sorting system all set up, and the platforms and the rail all the way down to our mining areas, I think we need to decorate the interior here. This ice is just going to be in the way. I don't really know how to go around it without maybe putting a couple of trapdoors. So you know what? I'm going to play around with some of the interior work here, see what we can come up with, and I will bring you guys back when it is complete. I think it is safe to say that I have finished the interior of our mining building. So let's go take a look. Now, we will have this ice path across. I just can't do anything with it. And you know what? That is totally fine for it to be there. So simple roof, we just have a row of trapdoors along the side. And then it is technically a row of half slabs, but it is like bottom half slabs. So then we do have a couple of doors so that I can go into the redstone should I need to. And we decorated with the a dark oak fence and a lantern underneath, which is perfect for the lighting. And it just makes this place feel so cozy. I really like how this has come together. Now, I feel like my hole into the center of the mine here could be prettier. Right now, I feel like I need to put in a roof, so I'm probably going to do that, but I have to figure out exactly how to make this look good. I like the concept of having the bubble vader in the center for all the items to come up. I like the concept of having this looping rail cart for me to travel down, and even where we have like the entrances to do our mining from. So the last thing we need to do with this place is to go up to the top and decorate the exterior and put in a path. Now that looks like a much nicer roof. I just flattened it off, and I know you can see the ice right there, but at least just makes this area look a little bit more finished, which I very much appreciate. But with that, friends, we are going to call this episode done. We have done some massively amazing work here in our mining storage unit, and of course the exterior of this build. Soon it is time for us to branch out from our starter area and start looking to projects beyond. But first, we need to get a bunch of materials together, and most specifically, glass. And while we certainly could go searching for a desert and get a super smelter going, we also have so many villagers that we really need to start using. Well, let's get this librarian trading hall all set up. Hello friends, and welcome on back to another episode here on my Let's Play world. So we have done so much great progress here in our starter area, and it is time to continue on in that vein in hopes of getting all the resources that we'll ever hope to need for our future mega projects. If you've seen some of my previous episodes, you know we have a little bit of a villager problem, and we really need to fix this. We need to start utilizing so many of these villagers, and I think librarians would be a wonderful way to do it, since then we can get a whole bunch of glass. Now that we know we have a villager problem and we also have a glass needing problem, we are going to get busy and build ourselves a library, because what librarian trading hall wouldn't look great as a library? I've come up with a little bit of a design, and I think right kind of where I'm standing is the perfect place for it. But it also requires me to take down a few of those trees behind me. So I'm going to jump into a very brief short time lapse, and we are going to get these trees chopped and get ready for our new build here. Well, that certainly did not take very long at all to clear out those few trees that we had. And I have started laying out kind of the idea of what I want here. Now, it is just the floor plan. This is going to be a 2-story building, so fairly tall. But you know what? It is going to fit in so nicely with all the rest of the builds here. I think it'll work out perfectly. One of the things I was thinking about, so I did start it off with stripped birch logs, thinking I would go for a little bit more of the build palette we have over on our wizard tower. But now I'm wondering, because it is 2 stories tall, should I maybe put some deep slate on the bottom layer, and then on the next layer up we could do the birch wood and the sandstone? So I'm going to actually just switch all of this out, and we are going to place it in with the deep slate. And then, of course, the roof will keep the orange look. So before we actually switch out the birchwood with the deep slate blocks, you know what? We're just going to tear down the mountain, because I don't need the mountain right there. That is looking a whole lot better. I can definitely visualize this a lot more with having the inside taken down with all the dirt and stone. And now it is a matter of going in there and building up this building. I did a little bit of work in a creative world, so I kind of know the outline that I want. It's just a matter of doing the detailing and building it up. So I think that is what I'm going to do right now. We'll just jump into another time lapse and we'll see about getting this thing all built up. Here's the basic shape of the building. This is the bottom floor, so as you can tell, quite tall. What is this, like 6? I don't know, I didn't count. Yeah. This area right here, there is actually going to be a window here. I've just filled it up with the stone first because I haven't like fully set out where windows are going to be and the detailing and that kind of stuff. I just wanted like the base of what this is going to look like. So we're going to have the deep slate in this area, and we'll probably touch up a little bit how this is all textured. It's looking a little bit too heavy in some places with the cobbled deep slate and not enough of the deep slate bricks. But I think this is going to be a really decent size for putting in a bunch of librarian villagers. We can have like villager here, workstation, and we still have a decent path of 3 before we put in more villagers on the other side. You know what? I'm going to keep going on this build. We have a little bit further to go up for the second story, so let's keep going to see how tall this is going to be. And I'll bring you guys back when we got most of this all built up. I am really loving how this has turned out. I like the colors. I think the color scheme really worked. However, I have noticed that I have forgotten a very important part of this build, and that is a lovely tower just behind my head. So let me do that and I will be right back. We may have a problem. I definitely forgot to light that up, and there's a lot of dangerous things down there. Much better. We have ourselves a tower here. I am a little of the mind that the tower might be slightly too tall, but we're going to work with it right now. And if I decide it's too tall in the future, I guess we're going to take it down a notch. But I do kind of like this. It's different. It's simple. It's going to be working perfectly. Now that we have this tower complete, we have to go see if we can kill off some mobs so that we can safely decorate the interior of this place. Yes, this is not going good. Well then, now that I am a complete pincushion and my house is blowing up, I need to fix that. So give me a moment and I'll be right back. Now that the holes are fixed and we have our tower in place, our building is ready to get an interior done. Now, I still know that I need to do some more detailing on the exterior, adding windows, etc. But for now, I think we're going to focus on getting the spaces ready for all our villagers and kind of decorating the interior, splitting this into 2 levels, making a staircase. Let's go get ourselves some materials and see what we can do here. As I'm working here on the interior of the build, I have decided something. I have decided that we need to include a lot of bookshelves, and while we have a couple of librarians who would sell us some bookshelves, we don't have a lot. And so I'm thinking that we head back to the stronghold and see if we can find the library there and steal all the bookshelves. Seems like a great idea. We have made so much progress on our little library here. As you can tell, I have added in a couple of windows and a few details on the exterior. Certainly not finished yet, but it was a couple things that I thought of while I was doing the interior. So as you can tell, I have made a little bit of a picture window so that people can know, yes, this is the library with our lovely bookshelves on it. And I've made a couple changes here to the front where we have now replaced the cobbled deep slate that was currently in these posts and replaced them with some stripped dark oak wood. I just thought it kind of fit in a little bit better and made it stand out. So this is the front door. Of course, I've stolen the door because I have rails going everywhere. But this is the interior. So we have loads of bookshelves. We got some barrels around here that we can store books in. We have a couple of ladders so you could climb up if you wanted to. Right here, I am going to put 2 villagers. There's honey underneath of these carpets, and I will be putting their job blocks right back here. And then we have a few other spaces here. So there's 3 spaces here for librarians. And then along these walls as well, I have more spaces for librarians. And again, there's honey under each of these. Upstairs, we've done some more bookshelves creating. We got a couple of areas that you could sit here and do some reading if you wanted to, as well as a little nook in the background. And then here in the center spot is where I have room for more villagers. So I haven't quite finished it off in the sense that I don't have trapdoors down, so I need to still bring those. And we cannot put honey down, so I'm a little unsure of how we're going to exactly do it here. Maybe trapdoors isn't the best, and maybe we bring in a line of fences just to lock them into their little spots. But we will see how it goes. As you saw downstairs, I have a rail line all set up because it is time to start moving a bunch of villagers. Now, I'm hoping that this will work. I don't often do this, and so I'm hoping that going down like this, Mr. Bunny, because I don't know why I called him Bunny, but we did, we'll be able to still see the villager and we'll turn the villager. So I guess it is time to see if this actually will work. And I guess I need some weakness potion and some golden apples. I will go get that and we shall see if this works. Well, I have ourselves some splash potions as well as some golden apples. So let's test out this first one and see what happens. I really, really hope that this will work out. Yeah, see, this was the problem I thought I would have. I have no idea how to do this, guys. So if I could make him come back, but not attack me, this would be the best plan. Okay, this does not go to plan. This is not good. No, I don't like this. Well, that guy's gone. Yeah, okay. Well, zombie number 2 then. Let me go get another one because this is not gonna work. Okay, new zombie. Let's see if this guy will work. There you go. You need to go visit your friend in there. I'm hoping he will just pay attention to him. Yes, yes. Okay, this is working. Oh, there we go. There we go. So now we take this, bring him out. He stops right there. Thank you, sir. Then we take our little splash potion. Let's splash you this way. Aha, there we go. Okay, guys, I think I have this figured out. Let's see how many villagers I can get all cured up and ready to go into our library. We have been successful in filling out the bottom of our library with villagers. So I still have to go around and place signs around so I know which villager is which. But basically, this guy right here has Riptide 3. This one has Fortune 3. This one has Infinity. And then these guys should not be able to pass each other. So then this one's Feather Falling 4. Efficiency 5. Aqua Affinity. Efficiency 4. Now I know I have an Efficiency 5 and Efficiency 4, but this was an older guy and this one was a new one. And who can pass Efficiency 5 for 1 emerald? I was like, I gotta do it. This guy right here is one of our old guys as well, so Silk Touch right there. And then I have my Mending Villager in here and Looting 3. So this is looking so nice, and I really love how this has turned out with the villagers in here. And of course, we are going to have to fill the upstairs with villagers as well. But I'm out of time, guys. I'm actually going away this weekend, and I really would like to get this video out to you. So we're not going to do the villagers upstairs, and I will do that between episodes. But now that we have the bottom floor of our library all completed with villagers, I think we need to do a little bit of decor work outside. And that means making some trees, making a nice little path, maybe even having a flower garden in here somewhere. I don't know. We're going to see what we can create to kind of make this build fit into the surroundings and just pretty it up a little bit. So I think bringing in a little bit of a path right here would be great. And of course, we can't forget to texture it a little bit with some coarse dirt and some packed mud. And then I think right in this corner, we're going to try for a smaller sized tree. Yeah, I like that size tree. That is perfect for right there in front of the build. And then I think we're going to put a couple of trees out on the side here and maybe one right in this area. So let me do that and I will bring you guys back. I love how our little library has turned out. The trees around it, and of course we got some moss in there and some flowers and other bushes. It's just looking so quaint and pretty. I really like how this came out. We are leaving our cozy starting village and starting a brand new farm in today's video. Soon we'll be flying across lava lakes, being attacked by wither skeletons and of course blazes, and avoiding the very many fireballs of all the gas. Our first Nether adventure landed us in hot lava and the loss of all our gear. Will we survive this time, or will the Nether dangers overcome us once again? That's right, friends. We are leaving behind our warm, safe base to go and tackle the Nether. And I do not like the Nether. And who knows, I might die on this trip. So let's do a poll. If you think I'm going to die in the Nether, why not hit that like button? And if you think I'm going to make it through without dying, leave a comment down below with another Nether project that I should take on. In today's episode, I want to make a wither skeleton farm, which I have never made in my life before, so this should be fun. But I have found a simple design for a wither skeleton farm, so we're going to do our best. Okay, we are here in the Nether, so we need to hunt for a Nether fortress. And it has to be a special Nether fortress because it needs to be in a soul sand valley. But we have our wings, they're healed up. And I have to do the dangerous thing of flying, which I don't love. I really don't love flying in the Nether. Yes, so there is a Nether fortress right here. Is this, it's in the Basalt Delta. Oh, is that one? Or, oh no, it's mostly in the Crimson Forest. Okay, we have traveled a little bit, and because I know this seed and I'm in a little bit of a time crunch, I'm just going to check out the seed and see where a Soul Sand Valley Nether fortress actually is. So it does look like most of this is like inside of the Soul Sand Valley, which is probably going to be a problem. It's not like out in the open. So I found another one, finally. It's been a long trip, but if we jump into free cam mode, I will kind of briefly show you what it looks like. So here you can see the fortress itself. We have a lot more open space here with which to work with to actually make a farm. It's about 1,500 blocks in each direction. I mean, 1,600 blocks in each direction from our Nether portal. So let me go find the Nether portal back home, and we will get some tools and come back and start working around this place. Ta-da! Our first ancient debris. That is awesome. We have been quite busy gathering all the resources we're going to need for making this wither skeleton farm, and I think in these 2 shulker boxes we'll have almost enough, hopefully. So we have here all the resources we'll need for the actual farm. Fairly simple. We'll need more nether bricks, but I'll just steal it from the actual nether fortress itself. And we have a bunch of birch logs because, guys, we need so many buttons. We need like over 8,000 buttons. I don't know. It's going to be a lot of buttons. So now that we have this, the last thing I need to get before we actually head back into the nether to go and do all the fortress stuff, which, by the way, I found a new fortress that is even closer to home and is even more perfect than the last one that you saw here in the video. But I actually need fire resist potions and I have no magma cream. So we have to pop back into the nether and go and kill a few magma cubes and hope we'll get some. And of course, when I actually need magma cubes to spawn, they're like, oh no, we're not gonna spawn today. Maybe if I go down there, I can coax them towards me. Nine should work. Okay, let's take these 9 and head back and make some potions. Okay, so there is the nether portal that we come through, the tunnel anyways. And just over here, I've made a little bit of a tunnel, so I'll meet up with you guys when I get there. Okay, it is time to start the dangerous thing. We have ourselves quite the project. We have to button this whole thing, make sure it's all safe. So I'm not really sure the best way to go about this because irregardless, this is just, it's going to be dangerous. Okay, it's just, I don't love the thought of doing what I have to do, but we do have to start somewhere. So I guess I just fly down there and hope for the best. Oh dear. Meow, meow, meow. This is why we have these. Eat them. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I just got a head. My first wither skeleton skull. Oh, and I can't even pick it up. Oh no. Go away, bone. I want the skull. Oh my goodness. Guys, I shot that guy with an... I didn't even, like, I shot him with an arrow. I didn't even use my sword. Hi, sir. Do we have another one? No. There's our second skull. Wow, this is going well. We have to take a slight break. We have definitely done quite a bit of the fortress, but we have way more to go. I'm out of fire res potions though, and the blazes are quite the pain. So we're gonna head home and make a few more. You know what? Maybe make a lot more because apparently 6 did not do much. We've also gotten a bunch of buttons within the fortress itself as well, so not just on the surface. But so far, it's looking good. Man, I do not like these blaze where they are right here. And part of me is like, but these guys are so close together. We could make a double blaze spawner. Oh, another skull. Well, that's fun. We are down to our last 3 golden carrots, so I need to head home because I had an almost death. I got down to one heart or half a heart. It was pretty close. Got hit by a couple of wither skeletons. But we are basically finished with buttoning this whole thing. There's just one small place over here that I forgot, and it's like the closest place. It's this area right here. But first, I must head home. This way. There we go. Okay, I think that is the rest of the fortress buttoned. I think I have it all. There might be a couple of places that I have missed, but overall this fortress is looking pretty quiet, which is amazing. So I think we're going to make our wither skeleton farm in this area right here. So I guess I'm sorry, I'm scared to face the camera at this moment because I'm like, there could be a gas coming out of the corner. Like, I don't know. So the tutorial that I am going to be using for this farm is by Moratings. I'll link his channel down below and you can go take a look at the tutorial. It's just a simple wither skeleton farm where you get wither skeletons, but it's also kind of works as a gold farm as well. So there will be piglins who spawn and like have a little bit of gold that comes in. So it's not going to be like the fastest thing in the world. This is a single player world, so whether it gives me thousands upon thousands every hour or only a couple hundred wither skulls, I don't care. Oh dear, there's a guest over there and I'm scared. I'm going to jump into a time lapse and we're gonna see how well that we can build this up, and well, hopefully I don't die because I haven't died yet and I don't want to do that in this time lapse building up this farm. Well, friends, it is working. This is amazing. We have ourselves already some gold and bones and coal and even some blaze rods. So I was unsure if the blazes would actually come down, but it appears that they do come down. So I'm going to sit here and AFK myself for a while. Not really. I'm just going to stand here and swing and it's going to be great. I mean, and we also have an XP grinder, which is amazing, and we don't have to use our zombie one anymore if we didn't want to. Well, this farm is not bad at all. Look at that, guys. We have 13 wither skeleton skulls, and then we got 5 while we were actually buttoning this area, so I'm super happy. Plus, we're getting blazes and blaze rods, and of course, a bunch of gold from our zombie piglin. One of the things I don't love is this is not super pretty, and I'm a builder. I want to make this a little bit more pretty, and I'm not entirely sure how I want to do that, but I think we're going to head home with our loot, and we're going to see what we can pick up back at the base to bring back and build up a really beautiful area here. We are home, and I am looking at some build palettes for fancying up our wither skeleton farm. And I have this so far. Now, I just put some nether brick down because I'm like, well, whatever we put with it is gonna have to match that. I'm actually kind of wondering, what if we did some nether woods? I don't have crimson or warped wood yet, but I guess it means a trip back into the nether and I need to go chop down a bunch of trees. I've put together a couple of shulker boxes with materials. So we have a bunch of cobbled deep slate, some warped wood, as well as a little bit of glass. Now I want to make the cobbled deep slate into deep slate tiles most likely. And then I also have a few cyan blocks here with concrete and concrete powder and cyan wool. Fire tech is turned off in my world, so it is totally fine to go into the nether and build with blocks that would normally catch on fire. So with that being said, we are going to pack up our beautiful little boxes here and we're going to head into the nether. One of the things that I actually need to do, like probably first off, I need to raise the floor in here. I put it down because that's what the person that I did the tutorial from had, but if I actually stand down here, then the blazes see me and it's just not a good time. Let's get building. So I ended up going and grabbing a few shroom lights for up in our ceiling. I kind of want chains hanging down, connecting them. I have to go back and get some iron. So I did decide to open up this wall over here to get in and out. I find that I mostly fly in from over there, and it's just easier with this open space to kind of direct myself into this room. So I am happy with this. If we just jump into free cam mode, we can kind of see the pattern and design I went with. Super simple. Like, there's nothing really special about it. It just brings a little bit of color to this area. So the last thing we have to do out here actually is I want to jump down and I want to remove this platform at the bottom. So let me go do that, and I'm going to meet you back at home because we have the wither skulls. It's time to go get ourselves a beacon. We are back home and I have grabbed the soul sand that we're going to need to fight our wither. Now, we have 23 wither skeleton skulls, which means we can fight a lot of withers. And while sure, it might be quite the adventure to fly off to some distance away from my base and fighting them above ground, I've done that. It went horribly. We're not doing it again. Instead, I think we're going to head over to the end, and I'm just going to do it underneath of the end portal. I think that is going to be one of the easiest ways to do it and get a whole bunch of beacons. Well, just finished setting up our space here to kill the wither, so it's pretty simple. You just do this, and if I've done this right, all we should have to do is do this. Perfect. That is awesome. So he will explode there, and I should be far enough away. And we are going to get a bunch of beacons. Here's our first one. Let's go get a whole bunch more. And there we have it, a lovely 7 nether stars. Let's go make those beacons. 7 beacons. Wow, we are moving up in this world. I wonder where the best place around our base is to put the beacon. Because I want them all over the place. I want them in the nether. I want them here on my base. I mean, we got other mining projects we need to do, and they make beautiful lamps. I think we are going to put our first beacon actually in the ground right here. It's kind of a central area to our base, so I guess we just dig a hole and hope for the best. Ah, that is awesome. Well, friends, now that we have access to so many beacons as we want, and have a beautiful wither skeleton farm, as well as a blaze farm and a gold farm, amazing, all in one episode. I hope you did enjoy this episode, and guess what? We didn't die once, so super happy about that one as well. Thank you so much for watching and for liking this video and following along on my single player journey here. There is a lot more to come. After the craziness building up our wither skeleton farm, I think it is time for a more chill episode, staying around the base, visiting our villagers, and maybe even building up a brand new building. That's right, friends, it is time to take on another project here in our world where we need to build up a super smelter. I've talked about this for a while, and it is finally time to do it. If you guys remember, this is our current smelting setup, and while it definitely works, it is time to upgrade it just a little bit. And one of the upgrades that we are going to do is actually to make a dripstone lava farm. So I guess it is time to start gathering up those resources. We have ourselves a few empty shulker boxes here that it is now time to fill up with resources. And of course, we will be doing a very similar style of build to the rest of our builds around here. You know, the orange roof, that is definitely going to stay. But if we have an orange roof, we're going to need a little bit of orange terracotta, And then we also want some red sandstone, which looking at this, we're gonna have to go get some more at some point. Of course, we can't forget the pumpkins and the acacia wood. Then we're also going to want a little bit of dark oak wood. We're also gonna need some mangrove wood. And then I think we're going to need some deep slate. But for the deep slate, we're going to have to head over to our brand new mining storage area. I love this thing so much. I am so glad that we built it. So this is a very good start to our building itself. I'm thinking we are going to go off a little bit of the same build palette that we have our iron farm as. I know we could do similar that we have here, and I really like this build palette as well. But we have the sandstone and the birch wood in the background there, as well as right here. So I think since we're going to be building the super smelter up in this area, that maybe we go to a more similar palette to this build over here. But before we build up the actual building to our super smelter, I actually want to build up the furnace array first, as well as the dripstone lava farm. And I have realized something as I've been looking through all my chests, is we don't even have one singular piece of dripstone. So what I think we are going to do right now is we are going to go on a little bit of an adventure. So off we started on our adventure, heading out towards the mesa direction. Because we needed some red sandstone, figured why not, maybe we'd find a dripstone farm over there. However, I completely forgot that I had my render distance up a lot, and so a lot of the footage is not good because of the lag. But enjoy me collecting some red sand. We may be 5,000 blocks out, but down there we have ourselves our first little dripstone. Okay, well, let's grab some and get out of here. Look at that. That is our first dripstone we've ever gotten. Ah, that is so crazy to think. We've been in this world for 1,200 days. I think that's what it is. Yeah, 1,289 days, and this is the first dripstone we're getting. That just seems insane to me. You know what? That is probably going to be more than enough. We're gonna head out of here, and I shall meet you back at the base, and we will get busy working on our new build. Well, now that we are finally home from that trip, and I finally figured out what was causing all my leg issues on our travels, I think it is time that we get working on this building. So I got myself a couple of shulker boxes here. Well, that one's empty, never mind. So we have our cauldrons, and we have a bunch of other resources and materials in these shulker boxes. Is it gonna be enough? I have no idea, but we'll certainly find out. Let's talk about design here. I do think if we put 8 furnaces on that side and 8 furnaces on this side, and then in the center, we had 16 cauldrons for collecting lava, I kind of feel like that would be a cool idea. And we could still collect the lava from the inside and basically turn around and put it right directly into the super smelter itself. Is this gonna work? I don't know. Because you know what? I'm not going to use a tutorial. Nope, I'm just going to make this. I've made them before. I can do it again. At least that is what I'm going to tell myself here as we go along and figure it out. I actually think we're going to take this top layer of grass off, and we are just going to have the building down one more layer. Ew, that was a very long day of rain, and I didn't really want to record in the rain anymore, so we just waited it out. And I want to start laying down the interior first. I am almost thinking that potentially just laying them along here, if we then put our actual super smelter along this direction. So this would be basically how long we would have. We have a plan. Let's see how frustrating it is for me to build a super smelter. Can't be that hard, right? Hoppers along the bottom, furnaces on top of the hoppers, hoppers into the back of the furnaces, and then hoppers into the top of the furnaces. Guys, I might not know what I'm doing. I have done something wrong. Why are you raining again? It's been 2 days. Gosh, why do I not know how to do this, guys? It's a simple thing to do. Well, I know what I did wrong. Just like we knew. We weren't supposed to have these ones. And we're going to take these guys. We'll put one right there. We then want to add ourselves a redstone block right there. And we will put another redstone block right there. And now, when you put yourselves a hopper minecart on one of these, and you flick your lever, that I apparently took away because I forgot, it then starts running along, doing its little thing. You click the lever, and it comes and it sits right back down where it needs to be. Wow, I can do this. Did I look at a tutorial? Yes, I did. So now that we have this side figured out, I think we repeat the process on that side, and it should be fine. Two very perfect. Yes, definitely perfect. Super smelters. Let's go get some redstone. Redstone block. And redstone block. Our super smelters do not have to be fancy. They just need to be functional. And I think that's exactly what we got for ourselves here. By the way, I had no idea when it rained the cauldrons would fill up. How did I never know that? I feel like that's something I should have known, but I mean, cauldrons, I never used them. So if we take ourselves our dripstone and we go across like this, then we should be able to take the pointed dripstone. So now that we have the pointed dripstone and the dripstone, we got our lava farm. We just need to actually put the lava on top. We need 16 bucket. Wait, does everyone have to have a bucket on top of it? Man, the things I don't know around here. We're gonna go get some buckets of lava from the Nether. So before we head into the Nether to get some lava, I think we're gonna use some spruce trapdoors to stop up the lava, because we have fire tick turned off in this world, so there's no worry about things being put onto fire. And I made way too many spruce trapdoors the other day for a different project that I ended up not using. I think that'll work out all right. Okay, let's go see what we can do about getting some lava. You know, there is a lot of lava in the overworld. We have a huge field of lava down at our mining area, or like our original mining area. Rather than going to the Nether and risking getting shot at by things that don't like me and falling into the lava, maybe we'll go down there. See, look at all that wonderful lava. There we go. It is filled up with lava. Oh, look at that. We already got some full buckets. I'm going to spend some time and I'm going to collect up enough lava to fill up both these chests as well as the minecarts. And then when I bring you guys back, we'll get working on the exterior of this build. Well, I am back and I have this full thing loaded up with lava buckets. And I also have smelted up a little bit of stuff because as I was standing here waiting for lava and going down to get some more lava down at our lava lake, I have come to a little bit of an idea of how I want to actually build this thing up. Number one, I got myself some cracked stone. Also, if you guys are wondering what the zombie noise is, I ended up putting our zombie for curing the villagers underneath of this a little bit. As I was editing through the video so far, I'm like, wait, people might be wondering why they keep hearing a zombie noise and I do nothing about it. That is why. My idea here was actually to potentially raise this up so that this is the floor. I think it could look really nice. I think this is going to work perfectly and we can still reach everything. We won't fall in the lava because, well, you can't get through that space anyways. Let's jump into a time lapse and get this thing built up. This is a cute build. I love our little chimney here on the side. It's kind of like I wanted to make it feel like an open forge on the outside that maybe people would come out and use. We got ourselves a tree back there, and of course we have the interior. So if you go on in, we have ourselves some beautiful rafters up at the top. That is something that I wanted to try out. I don't normally do rafters or like trusses, I guess this is what this would mostly be called. But I do like the added feel that it adds in here, putting in these trusses. Originally, I was going to hide the redstone and the rest of that for the smelters, but honestly, at this point, with the open trusses and the open lava and the rest, I don't really know that you need that. Now, the lava itself is giving enough light here in this build to not need to put any torches or anything else, so I do think we're just going to leave it like this. If you do think of anything else that I should add in here, certainly let me know down in those comments. I was thinking, we now have a super smelter. And you know, something that we don't actually have, we don't have ancient debris. And I don't know if you guys saw my last video, which was a 100 days video in the Badlands only biome. I got ancient debris and I got like 4 ingots of netherite, basically before day 50. Guys, we are on day 1200. And we don't have ancient debris. We have 1 piece of ancient debris and definitely no ingots. So you know what we're gonna do to christen this lovely super smelter? We're gonna go into the nether, maybe even use some TNT to blow some areas up. And by the time we come home, we're gonna have enough ancient debris to make ourselves a full set of netherite armor. So we just came into the nether. One of the things we are going to do is I have my wings on. I don't want my wings on, so we're going to put our chest plate on just to protect me a little bit more. And I guess we're going to go and do a little diggy diggy. Well, now that we have made it down to the right level, let's see what we can do. I brought along 26 TNT simply because that's what I had. So we're going to use that and then we're just going to mine. But I don't see any ancient debris. Oh, there's ancient debris. Nice. We did really amazing on that mining trip. I think I mined for just under a couple hours. I think it was like an hour and a half. And we got 42 ancient debris, which means we are definitely getting a full set of netherite armor and even a few tools. So let's head back to the base and smelt it all up. I love purple. This is awesome. Well, the last thing we need to do is put netherite on our sword, but I kind of want to make a new sword. I would really love to have looting 3 on it, and we don't. So I think we're going to wait on the sword in order to get some netherite on that, but I am so happy to be fully upgraded today.
Everybody, as I'm sure you can tell, this is not Callie. This is Mini Wheats MC. Callie unfortunately doesn't have a voice right now, and so she's asked a bunch of us to do some voiceovers for her in this video. on the first take through, and we have no idea what to expect, but I do know that we're going to have some good builds and some shenanigans for sure. So yeah, sit back, relax, and hope you enjoy.
To build a unicorn, you're gonna need two things: a big saw and all the most colorful blocks that you can find. So just grab everything, put it all in a shulker box, and you're gonna have, trust me, the most wonderful looking unicorn. It's gonna be perfect. Grab some roots, put it in the box also. It's gonna help with the color. Grab some dirt, obviously, for the mane. You want some rooted dirt and some coarse dirt to have just the perfect looking mane. It's gonna be wonderful. Sandstone for the hooves, obviously. Put some more dirt in the boxes, that's alright. Grab even more dirt. It's gonna be the hairiest unicorn you have ever seen. I love it already. But you still need more colors, so just open any shulker box that you find and pick the most colorful blocks. It's gonna make your unicorn just amazing. So head out, grab your shulker boxes, head out, place them on the ground, clean up the place. No one cares about dragon egg shrines, they are so 2017. Most people don't know that, but unicorns cannot walk on sand. They're allergic to sand, so you need to place dirt on the ground everywhere to give them a little path to walk on. Otherwise, they're gonna have a bad time. Trust me. Place some grass around the place also, and some path blocks just to make sure that they are very safe and they feel well about their surroundings. Make some holes in the ground, make some kind of weird runic shapes on the ground. It looks so sophisticated, they're gonna love that. And now you can start placing your blocks that are gonna be your actual unicorn. So remove some blocks, place some blocks, make some kind of weird diagonal lines that stick out of the ground. That's a good start. Anything's a good start with unicorns, trust me, because, well, most people don't realize that, but unicorns aren't really physical beings, they're more like a state of mind. So make patches in the ground with the blocks that you want, and it's gonna end up looking just exactly how you want it to look. It's gonna look like a unicorn in the end, because that's what you want to build. So just keep putting patches of blocks everywhere, but be careful, because poachers are gonna come and try to kill your unicorn. You do not want that. You set them on fire, and you do not hesitate. You throw arrows at them in the face, ideally. But now you're safe, so you can keep on building the unicorn. Make it as big as you can, and eventually it's gonna look like just the most beautiful, majestic creature that you have ever seen.
Hello everyone, my name is Beagle and welcome to my section of Callie's episode today. We are jumping right into it. From what I can see, we are in her main storage building here, collecting some wool and a little bit of gravel for the project. She seems to be repainting the sheep white to get a little bit of that building block. I did not see this before, so I'm just gonna describe what I can see and try to make assumptions. I don't actually know what she's building today. It seems to be a lot of wool and concrete, so some kind of spherical structure, maybe a lighthouse, maybe a silo, probably not an air balloon. That was my first thought, as it is on the ground here, but seeing how it is built towards the coast, and the best assumption would be probably that she is making a lighthouse. That is what I'm gonna go with, at least for my guess. It seems to be sloping in a little bit, kind of a situation where it's wider on the bottom and gets thinner the higher up you go. And it seems we're gonna have orange stripes, maybe, or an orange base. This is definitely a lighthouse. I'm actually kind of proud of myself for guessing this. This is definitely a lighthouse. We can also see the beautiful structures that she's been building over time around the peninsula here. But yeah. Oh yeah, you can see it over here quite well now. Looks a little bit like a classic Minecraft rocket, if you look at it that way, except the rocket has a little bit more of a red coloration, and this seems to be the top of the lighthouse, which means that we're of course gonna build a little bit of a light source on top, so the boats coming to the peninsula can very easily see that it is indeed approaching land rapidly and it doesn't crash into it. And this seems to be the final result. Look at that. Well, at least as far as the base goes. Of course, we're gonna detail it a little bit further. and someone forgot to spawn-proof the insides of it, which is something that I'm guilty of myself. Ooh, what a mob farm. That's probably actually better than the first mob farm I built on my world in my Let's Play series, so this is quite successful, I would say, if this was the plan, which I don't know if it was. And there we go, good riddance, heal up, and what is the next plan here? She seems to be quite distraught at what happened there. Yeah, that is something everyone had happen at least once. Oh, we are going to texture the base a little bit, so it looks like it is kind of covered in rubble or maybe sunken into the ground a little bit. That is very nice to see, something that I am a fan of quite a bit. And we are building a iron golem. A beacon. Okay, so there's gonna be a beacon in the lighthouse. And that is everything from my part, so whoever the next person is, take it away.
Welcome to the Mr. Frogger section of the CallieBuilds video, and here we see her trying to look for buried treasure, I think. But to be honest, I think this would work a lot better if this was done on the beach. And now we've moved down to the beach, which should be the best place for buried treasure, but we're using the placing stone technique, which I do not think is as efficient as Callie might think it is. Oh. No, actually, it seems pretty efficient. There we go. Some buried treasure. Weird. For some reason we go back to the stone technique, even though we found the treasure. Thus then, I don't think there'll be two treasures on this beach. And now Callie shows us two things. First, the misorganization in her inventory, and also her hatred for scaffolding, because this build probably would be a little easier with scaffolding going on. In fact, she's using some of her blocks to tower up, which is just going to waste efficiency on those tools, Callie. And of course, we finish it with a lovely shaders overview of the whole beach, swooping down around this lighthouse. And Callie says bye, but because of health reasons, she can't actually speak right now, so I'll say bye. So, bye.
Looming above our peaceful home is the dark and foreboding presence of the Woodland Mansion. Many choose to leave this place untouched, fearing the mobs within, but there is also a reward of a second chance of life, and so it is time that we take this mansion on and transform it into what it could have been. We have so much work to get done to transform this mansion, and to start, we're actually going to be heading to the end, because this happens to be all the shulker boxes that we own, and I want to tear down the entire mansion and keep all the resources. And that is going to take a lot of shulker boxes. Now, of course, we could use chests, but who wants to use chests when you have access to shulker boxes? On our trip to the end, we did encounter a couple of close calls, including lighting myself on fire with my own arrow. That was wonderful. But we were able to pick up 3 more sets of wings and raided enough cities that we brought home 52 shulker shells. So with all of those shulker boxes, I think we will have a very good start at tearing down the entire mansion. But of course, before we can go and tear down the mansion, we should probably go defeat those bosses. Now, while I would absolutely love to do a couple of sneak attacks against the Vindicators through the upstairs windows, I am going to do it the right way, the way that it was meant to do, and we're going to go in through the front door and take it one floor at a time. I should probably set my spawn though. I feel like that's a good idea. I do believe there's this dude right here. Oh, they hurt so badly. I have never taken one of these on by myself, so this should be fun. Gosh, he's gonna kill me. Half a heart, that's... Oh,
Well, that's not terrifying at all. Nope. Okay, this is going to be harder than I thought it was going to be. How did those guys hit so hard? They have an axe. Allays! Hey, fellas. I want to free you, but I want to keep you safe. So I'm going to leave you in there for now, and we'll come back for you, okay? Okay, we made it through the first level, besides any potentially hidden rooms that we have skipped. I need a 30-second breather, and then we'll restart here. Okay, I got him right away. Except for those dudes. I hate those things. I thought they were supposed to die once their master was gone. Come on, you. Ow. Oh, they hit so hard. Oh, and it's nighttime. I don't like it nighttime. Okay, we're gonna go sleep here. Okay, let's do it that way. Let's have the totem in the offhand, and we'll just reach for our torches. Oh, did he even release any? I don't even know if he did. We have 2 totems, and 1 more floor to go. Our first creeper. Did I get him? Oh, that was a close one. Well, I think that is all of the main rooms that we have that we need to actually get into here. I think we did it. I think we got all the main rooms that we needed to get, and we, of course, got 3 totems out of it, which is wonderful. So the next job that we have is to tear this whole thing down. So I'm going to sleep the night away, and we are going to get on that. Well, with the entire mansion gone, we are now left with 16 new friends. That's right, I found 16 allays in the prisons of the mansion, and oh my goodness, I had no idea you could find that many allays in Woodland mansions. And clearly that means the evokers and the vindicators put them in there. I think we're going to dedicate this new mansion build to our allay friends and give them a brand new home. However, before we can actually start building this thing, now that it is cleared down, there's a few resources we need to gather, as well as we need to clear out some trees around here. A little bit of andesite. And when I say a little, I mean a lot, because this is a big project. We also need a bunch of cracked stone brick. For the walls, we're going to need some birch and some smooth sandstone, but this is definitely not enough birch, so we're going to have to go and chop some down. And this is also not enough smooth sandstone, which means we're going to have to toast up this sandstone, as well as we're going to have to go find a desert cave. Well, there should be enough sandstone for now. We'll come back when we need some more. And we are going to need a little bit of red mushroom block, or maybe I should say a lot. You know what? We're probably going to have to go and mine a bunch more down, but we're going to start with this amount. Then we also need a bunch of gravel and sand because we need to make some red concrete and red concrete powder. That's a pretty decent amount of red concrete powder. We do need to turn some of this into concrete though. I don't have a concrete maker, so this is going to be fun. We also need some wool, and we're just going to steal all of this red wool here. So I think that's going to be good for all the resources that we'll need for this build so far. So I think we're going to jump into time-lapse mode and get this thing built up.
And building we did. This is an absolutely massive project that we're taking on here, and definitely the biggest one that I have done in this world so far. Here you can see we are starting off with a base of stone brick and cracked stone brick, as well as a little bit of andesite. I wanted to mix up the build palette just a little bit to give it a bit of texture, and I think it turned out really nice. And we're also doing the entrance here with a bit of a staircase upwards, and then we start in on framing up this build. So to frame out this build, we used a bunch of dark oak wood, and then on the backside for the walls, we did a mixture of stripped birch logs, birch planks, and some smooth sandstone. And I really enjoy how this came out. You have like the stone at the bottom, then you have that mix of the dark framework with the light walls of sandstone and birch wood and the like. So I really appreciate that part. I think that turned out nicely. We got the windows a little bit colorful with some pink glass and some red glass mixed in together, and of course window boxes along the entire front side of it. Now, I do wonder if there's a few too many windows, but because this is the front facade of the building, I think this many windows is perfect. Definitely as we move towards the back, we are going to limit the amount of windows so that we can still have some walls and that kind of thing that we can build up against. But finishing off these 2 stories, we end up starting in on the roof with a trim of dark oak wood. We also added in a little bit of spike kind of action up on top of the peak of the roof, which I really enjoy. And of course, we're living in a dark oak forest, so I thought it would be absolutely perfect to have a red roof on this building. And so we did that with some red mushroom blocks, some concrete powder, as well as some red wool. It is amazing, and I can't wait to give these allays a brand new home. Yes, this build is looking incredible. I am loving how this thing has turned out, but we have a whole lot more to do. That's right, we have only done the front facade of this building. I wanted to show you guys what I was thinking for the design and the build. And while I've been known to be super crazy with how much I build in one episode and what I put into it, this episode is going to be slightly different, and we are actually going to leave this episode with this much being built. I don't want to quite exactly stress myself out by having this whole thing built in today's episode, but I did want to do a huge amount of it, which I think we've done a lot. So let's talk about the rest of the build here for a second. So obviously we have nothing in here besides a lovely door and an enderman apparently. So we're going to have multiple floors, of course. We're probably going to put like the first one on top of all this stone here, and then the second one there above the first set of windows. So we'll have at least 3 stories in this building, but we might actually put in a 4th one because I'm kind of thinking right here in the center that we're going to add in a 4th floor, just a smaller one like you would see in the regular Woodland mansions. I'm excited to see what it actually turns out to be. And I'm excited to give all these beautiful allays a brand new home in here. Some of them currently are holding things of mine, like torches, maybe an iron block. That guy has an iron block. So we'll just take those out of their hands and hopefully they won't follow me, and I'll just make sure this thing is fully enclosed. But I really like the inset feeling here on the bottom with the stone with these little archways. I think that works out really nicely. Gives a little bit depth to the project. And then of course we have these stairs holding up the framing of the build, which I like, and I have realized something. I did want to put in a few dark oak trapdoors along the bottom there. I think it's just going to kind of hold it together a little bit more rather than just having the stairs. So I will end up doing that. On these sides, instead of having the inset wall here, I ended up putting it the same layer as the framing, which I think works out all right. It just gives a different depth and look to the build. Man, looking up at this build, it's insane. It is so tall. And to imagine that we might even go up a little bit further, it's crazy. I do like this entrance. It's a little less grand than I had originally kind of thought, but I think that's okay. And I think it works out all right. Like the build itself is super grand. So maybe not having a massive entrance is all right. Otherwise, we might fiddle around with this doorway a little bit to make it slightly larger than just a one-way doorway. But can you just imagine once we have this thing finished and we have this beautiful garden out front here with a like circular driveway and a fountain? It's gonna look amazing. I'm so excited. But if we fly on up here to the roof for a brief moment, you can see what I mean about like the kind of pointed areas here on the top. I don't know what these are called. I should probably look that up, but I don't know what they're called. But of course we have the deep slate tile wall, and then we have the dark oak fence on top, which I don't know. I just really like the look of that. I think that looks super cool having it dotted across. And once we have, oh good, we were able to jump up. Perfect. Once we have this roof fully put out there, I think just seeing these top parts of the roof just adds in that little extra detail that I kind of feel like it needs. And then jumping here into free cam mode for just a second, I wanted to talk about this detail here on the front. I love it. Like, why have I not been doing this in my other builds? I love the detail that it brings just to separate it a little bit and then have the added depth that it sees here. Like, I don't know. I think that looks so cool and really makes the build. And of course, like these towers on the side, they're a little bit smaller, so they got like a little bit of a smaller detail like that. But I think overall, this build is looking amazing, and I really cannot wait to finish it. It's gonna be massive, and it's gonna be amazing. And we are 100% doing the full interior. I'm going to make this mansion so beautiful with hallways and walkways and maybe even a few hidden rooms. Maybe there's treasure or something. I don't know. It's going to be a huge mansion and I cannot wait. Last episode, we tore down our woodland mansion and replaced it with the beginnings of a brand new mansion. And let's just say, in between episodes, I have been very busy, laying down blocks, designing towers, and bringing completion to this mansion. Hello friends, and welcome on back to another video here from our Let's Play world. I have, oh my goodness, so much to catch you up on here in our world with our mansion transformation project. But you know what? Maybe let's let time-lapse Callie bring you up to speed on all the progress that we have made. Over the course of the last 10 days, I've been hard at work finishing off the exterior of our woodland mansion. Most of this was accomplished on livestream, so if you'd really like to check those out, be sure and follow me over on Twitch. The link is down below in the description of this video. After I mapped out the shape of the building, we got to work building up the walls one at a time. I was wondering how we could break up the build a little, and stream suggested I add in a tower in the back. It made such a remarkable difference in the monotony of the wall template, but also provided a good height difference to the build. Now I will say, while the walls and tower were pretty simple to figure out how to build, placing in the roof brought a lot more challenges. I don't like making roofs, despite the fact that the vast majority of my builds have roofs, and a roof of this size was no easy task. But putting in a flat roof on both sides and adding in 2 smaller towers to hide a difficult roof join brought this build all together. And now we have the finished woodland mansion transformation. From a beautiful red roof incorporating all our amazing red mushroom blocks of the dark oak forest, to the light colored birch and smooth sandstone walls, and even down to the stone brick foundation. And of course, while the build is complete, there is a whole lot more detailing needed, as well as a full interior. Now that the walls and the roof are all put up here on our mansion, it's time to do a little bit of detailing. And I got started a little bit here with some like bush action just to kind of see what it would look like. But I really would like to have almost ivy crawling up the sides of the walls here. And I think a good way to do that would be to add a little bit of vine action as well as some leaves and maybe even some glow lichen. I don't know. I think it would be really cool to have some greenery trailing up the walls and even onto the roof here on our build. However, in my inventory, as you can tell, I have 11. Just 11 vines, and we are going to need so many more than that. So while I could set up a vine farm, just a manual vine farm around here, I think what we're gonna do, we live on top of a giant lush cave. So we're gonna just fly down into our mining area towards the lush cave, and I'm sure we'll get more than enough vines for a project here. Well, we have a bunch of stacks of vines now, and I picked up some mangrove leaves because I love the look of mangrove leaves, so I think we're going to use that. And now it's the matter of just kind of taking a section here and seeing what we can do here together. So one of the things I definitely don't want is for the vines to grow way too long. So I am thinking that if we place them down in different ways, that we make sure that we put something underneath of the vines so they don't grow too far. Hopefully this will work. I mean, I do like the look of the vines over top of the leaves like that, but again, this means that they're gonna just continue growing, and I don't want that. So we either have to use some string or maybe some buttons on the walls to fix that. I think we just kind of place this around a little bit and hope for the best. Let's take a little bit of a step back and see what this looks like. I think that could possibly work. I like the vines, and I like having the extra leafage in there to really make it feel like thicker ivy. Okay, let's continue on the front here of this tower and see what we can do. Ooh, okay, think I'm kind of liking this. Let's just take a step back here. Go land on top of a tree. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I think that's going to be really good. I need to kind of tie over the ivy this direction, but I love that. Having that little extra detail with the ivy rolling up this build, so cool. And I think especially once we tear out all the trees, put in the front garden, and that sort of thing, I think this is gonna look incredible. Oh my goodness. I love this so much. So obviously I have a lot of work to do placing in all these leaves and all the rest of that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna get on that. I'll bring you guys back when it is done. We've already had a super long time lapse, so I'm not going to time lapse this. I will just bring you back when it is complete. I am definitely not done with all of this yet, but I did want to show you one thing. The texture. Okay, so we were just using mangrove leaves and vines. Then Mr. Frogger gave me the suggestion of putting in some mangrove roots as well as some azalea bushes, because then that kind of brings in a little bit more color, maybe a look of like some vines are dying, and I like it a lot. I like the added texture, I like the added color. It just feels like this build is overgrown with ivy, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Anyways, back to placing all of these bushes, which probably means I need a whole lot more azalea bushes. You know what? Maybe let's chop down some trees first. My friends, we have a problem. So I have placed leaves all the way around our mansion, which I think look absolutely amazing for our ivy. And I really love the front here as well with all the vines that are growing down. And I think the vines really add to the ivy look. However, controlling the vines is next to impossible. What do I do? I have used buttons on a lot of it, and I thought I had controlled all the vine action here. But vines don't just grow downwards, they also grow sideways and upwards and under things and over things, and it's so weird. But we got to figure out the problem of the vines. We got to be able to control them because I don't want the vines all hanging down like has happened right now. I mean, I've been placing leaves for a couple of hours here. So a couple of hours and this is what the front of it looks like. I don't think that's going to work. And we tried to add in like buttons in places to prevent it from growing really crazily. But of course, as you can tell, apparently I didn't do it well enough because this is definitely not working. But if we move around here to the back portion, actually the side and the back, I did the ones back here with just leaves. So if we take a step back, this is what it looks like with just leaves. And while I definitely like that, and I think the detail still comes out and kind of the vine action is really nice, or the ivy action, making it look like ivy does turn out, at the same time, it's not quite the same if you don't have vines. So let me know down in those comments what you think I should do with the vines, if I should keep them, if I should tear them out, if I should add vines through the rest of the build. Like I said, I really do like the look of the vines. I just don't like the look of the vines when they go insane and everywhere. But now that we have finished off the ivy look, it's time to take on the next project. And there's two things that I want to do. So number one, I want to make these flat roofs up here look a little bit better. So maybe adding in some small bushes or some benches or something like that to make it look like a rooftop garden, I think could be really cool and really bring everything together. But the other thing that I want to accomplish here is I want to tear down trees and I want to make sure that we have a beautiful yard, because right now I definitely feel like the scale of this build with all of these vanilla trees hanging out around is just like, it throws everything off. Like you have these trees that barely go up to the top of our stone brick base, which doesn't really work very well. So I definitely want to tear out all these trees. I think we'll probably tear out all the trees and probably right to the water's edge. So this is like a massive, massive tree destruction. I guess it is time to start tearing down some trees. I'm gonna go and do a lot of this on stream today. But yeah, definitely don't forget, use the link down in the description to come follow me over on Twitch if you want to come see some of this live as we're building and creating some of these bigger builds. You know, even though that was like 4 hours, over 4 hours worth of work tearing down all of those trees, man, there is so much more that I want to tear out. We barely made a dent in the tree removal. We'll keep removing trees as we go, but that's good enough for right now. However, while I was tearing out all of those trees, I came across something a little bit interesting. Check out this clip. I have seen something down here that I want to go check out, and I thought I'd bring you along. It looks like a really massive cave, and I'm curious. So I got a lot of stuff in my inventory, but you know what? We're going to hope that that's okay. And I guess we need to come down here anyways and pick up some of this stuff. Dude, did we finally have our dream cave project? Oh my goodness, that looks amazing down there. This is definitely like dream. Almost dream anyways. Cave project? I've been very interested in making like a base or a building or a city or something like that in some of these massive caves that are now available. And oh my goodness, this is gorgeous. That's fine, everything's fine. Oh, this is so cool. And look at that. It goes all the way over here. Dudes, we might have found a new project once we finish this one off. This is gorgeous. And it's a lush cave too. Wow. I love it. Okay, we lit it up a little bit. Let's get out of here. Oh, not in here. Not in here, guys. Oh no, I'm gonna
pop my totem. Oh, I'm so glad I had a totem on me. You know what, we're just gonna waste some of our wood. And we're just going to make a path instead of trying to fly up there. We're just gonna tower up. Seems like a safer bet. I've seen an absolutely epic cave.
So the next task on my agenda is, guys, I gotta take those vines off. They are driving me insane. Please still let me know down in the comments if you do like them and any hints or the like of how I can actually stop them from overgrowing like this. But for now, I think for my sanity, we're just gonna take all the vines off here on the front so they don't get overgrown, and then we are going to work on a little bit of an entranceway to this area. I mean, to be fair, that's exactly why I tore down all the trees. That is definitely a whole lot better. I know the vines were beautiful and I really did love the vines, but taking over everything I did not enjoy. So much better now. And from the distance, mostly that we'll be seeing this, that still looks like ivy. So I'm happy with it. However, it is now time to start talking about the entrance to this area, and I am thinking of going very grand. This is, after all, a mansion, and so I think going quite grand with a nice circular driveway here and a beautiful fountain in the center with maybe some evergreen trees on the side could look very beautiful. Now that we have a bunch of the resources, I think this would look like a very good build palette for our road. I like it, but is it too similar to the base? Give me a second, I have ideas. After trying a couple of different patterns and block palettes here, friends, I think I want to go dark. I kind of like how that polished basalt over there and cobbled deep slate as well as some polished deep slate is just looking. I think it definitely brings some more elegance to this build. However, I have noticed one thing. I need to adjust my circle. It is not a good circle and I don't like it. So I'm going to do that. So let's just jump into a short little time lapse. Well, my friends, since that last clip, we have done a lot. I got a little bit carried away with decorating and trying a couple of tree designs. But can I just say, I love how this is looking right now. We got ourselves a little bit of a fence and also some leaves for kind of a hedge around our driveway here. And of course, we had to put in some pink peonies here. Then here in the middle, we got ourselves our beautiful fountain. And to show off all our riches, we also added in our 4 beacons that we have. And I ended up using some fire coral as well as a little bit of yellow coral fans just to get a lot of color into this fountain area. And I love how this has turned out. It's so beautiful, bright, and colorful. Now, as we can tell, clearly I did not take down all the vines like I thought I did, but you know what? I don't know. We'll have to deal with it at a later date. For now, it's just gonna stay as is. But we tried out a couple of tree designs, and I need your guys' help. So down in the comments, let me know if you like either of these tree designs or if you hate them both and want me to do something completely different. I want to add in some custom trees around here, and I think it would work really well to add in custom trees along our road this way. As you can tell, we didn't really finish the road besides laying it down. However, there is just a lot of terraforming that I need to do, and I'm right out of time for this episode. But this front part of our mansion is looking gorgeous. I love it so much. A little note here on these trees. So the one here on the left is oak wood, and then I ended up putting in a little bit of moss block and then the azalea bushes, both flowered and non-flowered. And I think it works out all right. but I also feel like it might fade in too much to our build in the back. Then here on the other side, we have a birch tree. Now, I did this one specifically to try and get a lot of contrast to the build behind it, so it would actually stand out a little bit. But we have some birch leaves as well as some spruce leaves, and that darker color of leaf does make that one stand out a little bit more against the build. So certainly let me know down in those comments what you think about them. Or if you dislike them both and want me to do something completely different, that's completely fine too. But as I said, we are right out of time for this episode. We have done so much work, from building up the entire mansion to tearing down a bunch of trees and of course decorating up our front yard. After building up a massive build, the interior is the absolute last thing I want to think about. I might add a few chests or maybe even a bed. But what if all of this changed? What if I stopped avoiding the interior and chose to fully complete one instead? We've been working on completing the exterior of this Minecraft mansion, and today we are taking on the mega task of completing the interior. Oh my goodness, this space is so much larger than I remember it being, and we have so much work ahead of us here. But I'm up for the challenge, I'm excited, and I think we are gonna make these allays a very beautiful home to live in. I'm thinking we can add in some high vaulted ceilings, a couple of spiraling staircases, and of course, a magnificent chandelier right here in the entranceway. Oh, and I guess we can't forget those walls around here either. We got a lot of work to do, so we better get started. There are a couple of things we're gonna have to take into consideration here. First off, the doorway is right here with the entrance. And then we're probably gonna have to go up a little bit because technically the first floor is supposed to start up there. So I'm not really sure exactly how we're gonna accomplish that, but we're gonna have to figure that one out. We are gonna have to move a lot of the stuff around here because I'm kind of thinking I wanna put a basement in here where we have all the stone around the bottom. So we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to get rid of our beautiful little beacon there. It's kind of ugly, but you know, I'll have to get rid of that. I already shut it down for some pictures earlier. And with our walls here, we do have ourselves the light colored walls, which we can just fill in the gaps and use that as our walls, but I don't think it's gonna work because they're textured for the outside and I don't think we need it that way for the interior. So that means we're going to need to add in a second layer on this side for our walls. And we need to decide, are we gonna go dark? Are we gonna go light? What are the walls gonna look like? Basically, we just have a lot of decisions to make and I'm not sure that I can make them all by myself. So I'm about to jump onto stream here as soon as I have lunch and I'm gonna see if stream can help me out with some of these decision makings. And when I'm back, I'll share what we decided. Bear with me, it is not complete, guys, but we definitely got a lot done on stream yesterday, 2 days ago. Guys, time just flies by sometimes. Anyways, we got a lot done on stream and I'm very happy with what we came up with. So let's take a little bit of a gander at what's going on. So this is what we got so far. We have ourselves two-sided staircase going up. I'm unsure what we're going to do with this area. I'm tempted to make a doorway down into the basement through here, but that needs to be done. We also changed out the front doors here. Sorry, it's raining. Why does it always rain when you want to record? We changed out the front doors here a little bit. If you remember, we just had the one door right here in the center with a little bit of spruce trapdoor action around, and it wasn't working. It didn't look grand or anything like that, and I did not like it. So we switched that out, and then of course widened our staircase here, which I think is all right. And then yeah, in here we did a little bit of a platform for an entrance. I want to have this fully open all the way up to at least the top of the brown mushroom blocks there for like a grand entrance with a hanging chandelier. So I think that could look really good. We have the sandstone, smooth sandstone for the walls on the bottom, a little bit of a layer of spruce trapdoors. We have the flooring here going dark and then the brown mushroom blocks. I had no idea I would love this so much, but I absolutely love how the walls are turning out with adding in the brown mushroom blocks. It is looking amazing. This is our little corner tower area, which feels super, super weird. It's such a like small space once you actually add in all of this area. So I don't know what we're gonna do. And it also feels super weird that the windows are up so high. Like, I'm not that tall, and so I'm like, what am I making this building for? Giants or something? So we're gonna see how this goes. I have no idea. Is this gonna work out? I really love how it's turning out, but it feels massive for a 2-block high person like myself. But this isn't our base. This is their base. So maybe they just need lots of windows and walls to run around in. I started off here with a staircase up to the 2nd floor. That would be, if this is the basement down here, this would be the 2nd floor. So started off with a staircase up, and then this would be the room. And I figure that we can have this as like the top floor, and we'll just pull it all the way over there. So I only plan to have 1 staircase up. But you know what? Maybe we're going to have to do a 2nd one up over on this side. We're going to figure that out later. Not right now, because I'm not sure. Interiors are not my strong suit. But so far, I think we're doing an a-okay job. Despite the fact that this build is going very good, it also means we're running out of resources. And one of the main ones that we are running out of is actually the brown mushroom blocks. Because I thought quite a bit, because we've been tearing down an entire forest here. But we don't have enough, and I had a brilliant idea. If you have been around stream, I've mentioned it there, but my plan is to transform a mushroom island into something brand new. I know of one that has an ocean monument near it, and I want to like actually make a guardian farm. So I wanted to transform the entire island. So what if we just go over there and totally destroy the island of mushroom blocks? That's just one step closer to getting that thing fully transformed. So I guess it's on to resource gathering. The mushrooms may be gone on this island, but we still, I don't think, have enough brown mushroom blocks. This is how many mushroom blocks we have so far, but guys, that is not enough to finish off our mansion. I know of another 1 or 2 mushroom islands around here, so let's go to the next one. My poor netherite axe. It is almost finished, but we have a lot of mushroom blocks, and I'm really hoping it's enough because we have now destroyed 2 mushroom islands worth of mushroom blocks, so that should be plenty, right? This island actually has a smaller portion of it over there. So if we fly up here and go, I think this way, yeah, there is another smaller portion of island over this direction, or is it larger? Oh my goodness, how do I forget that I have so many mushroom islands in this world? So we can definitely clear this out, but you know what? We're gonna say almost 2 full shulker boxes worth of brown mushroom blocks would be fine, right? That'll be perfect. Okay, I'm going home. I'll see you guys over there, and we'll get to work back in the mansion. I'm back from our little mushroom gathering excursion, and now it is time to get this thing built up. Let's see how far we can get. We are making quite the progress here, friends. Oh my goodness. I am actually loving how this is coming together. I was a little bit wondering, like, how was I going to do this roof? Because basically what I want here is this big grand entry that, like, really raised roofs here. We'll have a chandelier coming down. And then I wanted the staircase up into basically a grand ballroom or something along that lines. But I didn't really want to change the height of the roof. And I think even without changing the height of the roof, this is totally fine and still looks super grand. And I love it. However, we still have oh so much left to do. We have this side floored at least, but we still need the 2nd floor up there. And I am wondering with this top area up here, whether or not I should put a wall across in this area. I kind of feel like it would be a little bit better to have some type of walled off area so you're not just having this one big grand room that you walk into. The other thing we did do was close off this staircase so you can now come up and it's fully enclosed. But we do have a lot more rooms and a lot more area to fill here in our mansion. So we still got a lot of work ahead of us. But you know what? I have been building in here for quite some time, gathering resources. And guys, I want to see the sun. I want to spend some time outdoors in the sun. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go do some terraforming outside of the mansion because that still needs to be done. I want to definitely complete all of that. And I think we're going to take a little break, do some of that, and then we will come back. I have been thinking very seriously about the exterior here of our build because, well, it is just not up to snuff of what I want for sure. And there's a little bit of things that I would like to have done. So number one, because this is a mansion, I feel like it's best if everything is on this level. We have some walls, some hedges, some flower beds. I think all of that is good, but I think we need a more level area. So that is the first thing here that I'm going to tackle. I am going to do a lot of terraforming and try and flatten this area out. So it's looking a little bit more proper for a true mansion. Well, some progress has been made. If we fly over here with Freecam, as you can tell, I have started the process of flattening out the space around our mansion. And I am liking it a lot more than having the regular terrain. I just think it's looking very much more mansion-like. And once we get in a few more pathways and gardens and all that sort of thing, I think it's gonna look a whole lot better. But I have been thinking, and it kind of means that this lovely mountain right here needs to go away. Originally, I had thought I wanted to keep that mountain just because it seemed like a cool landmark, but right now, I honestly think I want to just tear it right down to the ground. I did a little bit of testing down here just to see if I were to tear down this mountain area here and flatten it out the same flatness that we have down here, where it would end up against the river. And so I made this lovely path through the mountainside just to kind of see where this was going to end up. And we ended up right here, which is not bad. Like, that's where our path is currently. But this level is not a bad level, and you still have to go down a little bit towards the river, which I think is fine. And I just think once you flatten it all out and add in the proper gardens and the trees and the fence all the way around, I do think it's going to look a whole lot better than trying to deal with the different terrains that we have going on here and trying to put a fence around there. So I have a lot more to go, and I'm probably not going to get done in this episode. So I am going to see how much more I can get done by tearing down and flattening out this front part of the lawn. And I'll bring you guys back when I am tired of digging, and we'll get back to the interior. Just when I was about to give you guys a progress update, it starts raining. And you know what? I don't want to wait for the sunshine, and so we're going to do this progress update in the rain. I know it doesn't look like a whole lot, but we're making progress on flattening out this area. We have part of the mountain gone, but certainly not all of it. And I have restructured our pathway a little bit here, but again, all of this needs to go too. So a lot more progress needs to be made. But like I've said before, this episode is not about finishing off the exterior. Oh no. Is about finishing off the interior. And while I've been chopping down all the exterior here, I have thought of a bunch of ideas of how I want the interior to look. So let's head on there, and I'm gonna tell you and show you what I mean. So as we enter into the mansion, I want this space to be all open, but I'm thinking that this back room right here is going to be separated from the entry. So what if we did something a little bit like this? Now that we have this separated off, I think we should go over into this room, because this room is going to be our big dining room. I know it's a little bit weird to have stairs off a dining room, but we're not going to talk about that. So this room right here being the dining room, what if we made it look a little something like this? We got ourselves a little bit of a bar area and of course a seating arrangement banquet table, but we have a lot more to do, and I am thinking over here that this room would make the perfect kitchen. Maybe a kitchen that looks a little something like this. We got ourselves a beautiful little fireplace back there, some pumpkins, and of course some shelving for cooking up all the massive dinners in this area. And now it is on to this space right here, which I think is going to look great, holding a few rooms like this. After putting in a few walls, we have ourselves a pantry. And down at the end of the hallway, we also have ourselves a couple of rooms, including a small little bedroom off the pantry and kitchen, and a big open room that we can do something with. Just have to decide what. Now to come back over to the other side of the mansion and figure out what we can do with this area. And with that, we have this side all separated out into rooms. We have ourselves a nice little office here in the corner. Into this space, we have a large room, and then we have a smaller room that could be used as a bedroom back here if we wanted. We could turn this into some type of living room area, or we could turn it into maybe a map room. But we also have this large room over here as well that could become a large bedroom or also the map room. And that is basically floor one for decorations and interior work. We just have to finish off the entryway over there. We could have the entranceway look a little bit like this. We definitely have to move all our materials and resources, and a couple more torches need to go away. But we got a few potted plants and some carpeted entrances, and of course as much light as we need to make this spawn-proof. However, while I would absolutely love to fully complete off this interior of this mansion, I think we're gonna have to stick with just finishing off floor one because I am clear out of resources. I have no more mushroom blocks, and we have to travel quite the distance to go and get another mushroom island completely stripped of its mushrooms. So I think that this episode is more than long enough, and we have gotten such great work done. Have you ever spent time in Minecraft building up a farm only to realize it doesn't provide enough product for your needs? You play around with it, hoping for better production, but nothing seems to work. Well, that's exactly the problem that we're gonna fix today. Hello friends, and welcome to my Let's Play world. We are standing here in front of our lovely iron farm, but unfortunately, this iron farm has been fairly unreliable for large amounts of iron. And so today we are over here on our spawn island, ready to make a brand new iron farm. Building it here in spawn chunks means the iron farm will run unless I physically turn it off. And we're going to be changing up the farm that we are using, and we're going to go for the Logical Geek Boy farm, which I have used previously in other worlds, and I just know it works really wonderfully. But we have a whole lot of work to do. I can't just build an iron farm. We have to make it look epic, and to do that, we need to start by clearing down all these lovely trees. So if you want to see the full transformation of this island, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to follow along on the journey. Although these islands are looking a little bare at this point, don't worry, I have plans. And part of my plan includes taking both these islands here and terraforming them to make them into one island. So we need a few resources, and I think with our project over at the Woodland Mansion transformation, we actually have a lot of those resources. Let's see what we can find here. We got our shulker boxes. Oh yeah, we got loads of stone and loads of dirt. This is going to work perfectly. Well, that's going to be a good start, and we'll see how much more we're going to have to come back and grab. So basically we're going to be just covering over this area right here with the water. And then we'll have to go down in the water and actually make a shore right there. We also need to remember that we shouldn't keep it all one layer. Hey, Mr. Turtle. you're gonna need to move just a little bit, okay? I'm sorry. This is such a big project. Why am I doing big projects again? We are gonna get this thing done, but first, I think, instead of watching me painfully place dirt in first person, let's jump into a time lapse and see how this turns out. You know, for my very first terraforming project of this size, I'd say our island is looking pretty decent. It's not pretty yet. It is not. And I know that, and I know it might look a little discouraging just how unpretty this thing is yet. We have so many good plans for this area. And I am definitely loving just how much it looks good with being one island and not two islands. First, though, I think we should take down the village because we're going to be putting an iron farm in here, and it's going to go right here where the village is. And of course, you're not really supposed to have an iron farm in a village. So you know what? We need to take it down first. Well, this is looking a whole lot better. There is no more village buildings here, and all we have is a couple of villagers dotted around here that have survived. The original iron farm I was going to go with from Logical Geek Boy, I have decided with how large the build I'm going to be putting over top of the iron farm is, I want to go much bigger than what I had originally planned. And unfortunately, we also need quite a number more villagers. I currently have 8 villagers, and if I do the full iron farm that Logical Geek Boy has set out, I am going to need 24 villagers. First, though, there is definitely some resources and material gathering we are going to have to do, so let's head back to base anyways and go see what we can do about that. Thankfully, we actually have a lot of these resources and we're not going to have to make many extra things. We're going to need some hoppers, I know. I'm sure we're going to need some chests. I'm going to go a little bit overkill here. We're going to need a bunch of glass, and thankfully we have a lot here. I don't have a list of things that I need. I'm just going to be watching the video and hoping for the best. We also need some pistons, preferably sticky pistons. So I think we only need 4, but I'm going to take 8 just in case. And let's see if we have ourselves some slime. We have, oh yeah, okay, look at this. We can do this. We're going to need a bunch of fences. So I think we're just going to use the dark oak fences. And we also need dark oak gates. We only have 4. We're going to need more. So in here we have some walls. That is going to be way more than enough. Oh, we're going to need lava. But that's okay because you know what I have? I have a lava farm now. I don't know how many buckets of lava we're going to need, but I think we'll just steal them from here. We have what is everything we're going to need for this iron farm, so it's time to head back on over and see what we can do here. Guys, I just remembered something else that I needed. I don't know if we have one just sitting here. We do. Perfect. We're going to need a boat because instead of having a zombie scare our villagers, we actually need a pillager to scare our villagers. So I am hoping we are going to get a raiding party in. Although trust me, knowing me, I've been having so many load in, all of a sudden it's going to be like, oh, we're not going to load in for you when you need us. So we're here and it is time to build our iron farm. I am going to leave the link down below with the tutorial for this iron farm. I am not going to walk you step through step on how to do this because, well, A, it is not my design. It is somebody else's, and B, I don't really know what I'm doing. So I don't really feel like I can give you a true picture of how to do this, but after I am finished and probably partway through, I will give you little updates and struggles as I try and figure this out. Speaking of pillagers, guys, we got our first pillagers. Okay, let's see if we can take these guys on. What did I do with my boat? I only need one pillager in the boat and preferably not killing my poor villagers there. Here, guys, please get in this boat. One of you preferably, not multiple of you, but you know what? I'll take however many you. Okay, there we go. The rest of you follow me. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys, we did this. Oh, and of course I got the one with the enchanted bow. I have too many. There's too many arrows in me, guys. There's too many. So I guess I'm just going to be sitting here and calming this guy for a little bit until his bow breaks. And of course I got the one with the enchanted bow. So here we are for a little bit. We have the basics of the farm laid out now. We got our spawning platforms, our villager cells, and the place for our pillager there in the middle. So as you can tell, it is a decent sized farm, and technically this farm actually has another layer above it of the same design here. However, I want to first do it just with this layer and just see how much is it producing for me before I actually go to building the second layer, because I'm not sure as a single player person that I really am going to need the top layer as well. But now that we have this done, we need to make the kill chambers down bottom for the iron golems. And then we gotta start the horrible task of trying to get our villagers up into their pods, as well as our pillager friend who's over there into his space. This is the first pod for our iron golems to fall down. I know I have 3 more to do, but I actually kind of want to get villagers into this pod right here, get our pillager ready, and just make sure that this is working. I just think it's going to be a little bit better for us to test this because I have not done this in creative, and this farm is technically a 1.16 Minecraft farm. So yeah, I'm a little concerned and just want to make sure that I've done everything right and this is still going to work. We have gotten the pillager in his little home, and I forgot to name him, but we're gonna name him Doug. There we go. It's coming, guys. It's coming. It's taking a long time. Well, that was an adventure last night. I also did not realize I was not recording, so sorry about that. But we do have 2 villagers up there now. Come on, buddy. There's another bed up there. I know you can do it. Keep going. There's another bed up there. Right here. Go get it. Just do what I want you to do. There's another bed over there. I promise you, there is a bed. Just go to it, please. Do I have to seriously break it and replace it? There. Will you sleep on that bed now that I broke it? Oh, thank goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't like villagers. I don't like iron farms. Why did I think I should do this twice? And it works. Oh my goodness. I did this. So the one thing we had to do differently, because this farm is for 1.16 and not 1.19, was in the farm design that Logical put forward, there was not the slab and there was not the glass block above the beds. That is necessary in 1.19 for them to actually spawn in that center block, so that's what I ended up putting in. So to see it actually working like this, oh my goodness, I am super happy that I was able to do this. Now, of course, that is only one module and we have a whole lot more to go. Oh my goodness, what is with these villagers? Look, yes, go up there to bed, okay? There is a bed up there, just go to it. There you go. Go up to bed. Oh my goodness gracious. Don't start taking the wrong path. Okay, or just, you know, take the wrong path. And now he's absolutely, positively stuck. Like, where are you going? Where do you think you're going, sir? Oh, you're gonna die now. Why is this so difficult? Like, seriously, where does he think he's going? Hey, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. Will he take my bed now? He will. Will you go all the way up? Oh, please continue up. Oh my goodness, guys, he's gonna do it. Oh, he's gonna go to the right place. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that took so long. Why did that have to take so long? It's too much, guys. It's too much. The sun is setting and this is my last villager that I need for over here. See? One of you's going up there. Next one. Oh my goodness gracious. There you go. Look at you go. Oh my goodness. Is this gonna work, guys? Is this gonna be the easiest one that we've done in the entire time? Oh, I hear a scary mob. No, go. Keep going, man. He almost tried to jump out. Oh, guys, we did it. I am so happy about this. Everybody is in bed and this iron farm is gonna work. Well, we have a slight little bit of a problem. This little fella decided he did not want to fall where he was supposed to. So we're gonna have to figure that out because I cannot have any of them spawning out here. Let's see how much iron we can get in 15 minutes. We have 5 stacks and I don't feel like I've been standing here that long. So I kind of want to do a little bit of a test and see how much actually shows up in about 15 minutes. Okay, and it's been about 15 minutes. So I'm going to shut the farm off for now. We'll turn it back on in a bit. But we have done a couple of things here. Number one, we did move back these 2 guys on this side. Let's see in 15 minutes how much iron we got. Oh my goodness, guys. Almost 2 stacks in there. Like literally almost 2 stacks in there. You know what? Let's grab this out. Guys, we are never, ever running out of iron again. Look at this. We have 7 stacks of iron plus a little bit. This is so amazing. I'm so thankful that we have done this. Look at all these iron golems dropping and all of their drops with them. So thank you, Logical Geek Boy, for your wonderful, wonderful iron farm. In the last episode here from my Let's Play world, we upgraded our iron farm for better efficiency. Now that it's built, it's time to put my building skills to the test and cover it in a massive exploding volcano. Well, yes, we're gonna need some stone, cobblestone, and tuff, etc. We're also going to need a dump truck load of basalt, blackstone, and magma blocks. So let the nether farming begin. Ah, the lovely Nether. The first time we came to this place, it did not end very well. But here we are, back again, ready to take on some massive build projects here. Now, as we can all see, my portal is right above this lovely lava lake. Originally, I was going to build our first nether hub area right over the lava lake, but I've decided I don't want to be that dangerous, and we're actually going to move the nether portal. It's basically straight up into all that netherrack. Hoping that we won't have any gas come near us, but for now, we're just going to go straight up, basically. Now, I never suggest to dig straight up when you're in the nether, but here we are, digging straight up. It's fine. Everything should be fine. We shouldn't have any problems. So my goal here is to actually get up just underneath the bedrock layer and make our portals there. That looks like a pretty decent size. I'm okay with that. Well, if all has gone right, we should load up in the portal above the ground. Step number 1 is finished. We're going to be coming back here at some point to decorate this lovely room up in this episode. But first, we actually need to get on top of the roof of the nether. I don't know about you, but I have definitely never been successful at actually blowing holes in the roof of the nether. However, I really want to do that today because I would love some really easy access to our nether roof that doesn't involve me making a second portal to get up there. So I have all the resources I'm going to need. And I brought a bunch of obsidian just in case this doesn't work and we have to get off the roof. I don't like doing this. Uh-oh. There we go. And so now I have the fun job of trying to figure out how we are going to destroy this piece of bedrock. I don't want to do this. It's okay. I can do this. I have faith in myself. I can do this. Oh, the first one is just not going to work, the first one. I know it. Oh, this is going to be hard. Once again. I did it, guys. Oh my goodness. So that's what you want. You want that upside down? Only the second try, guys. I did not expect that at all. We're back in the overworld, and it is time to get the resources for our very first farm. Since we want to be building a gold farm, we're going to need a bunch of magma blocks, and magma blocks can be gathered from the nether, but I would like to make a farm and also double it into a Froglight farm. And with that, our magma farm and Froglight farm are complete, and after about a 20-minute AFK session, this is what we got. So we definitely need a whole lot more magma cream than that to do our next project, which is to build up a beautiful gold farm. But I am super happy with what we have here, and we're gonna have all the Froglights we could ever want, plus a whole bunch of magma cream. Now it's time to start on our second big build, which is building up a gold farm. And to start on that, we're gonna need a whole bunch of magma cream. So while I go grab lunch, I'm gonna AFK here and see how much we can get. Well, besides the slight hiccup where my game crashed and I lost a full shulker box of AFK'd for magma blocks, we are now ready to try building this gold farm. So we're going to be using Nenbomb's design for the gold farm. I have never used this gold farm design before, but you know what? I'm sure it's going to be great. So we're going to do that, and hopefully all the shulker boxes here behind me are going to have all the resources and materials that we are going to need, and this is going to go off without a hitch. This was just a little bit painful to build, but friends, we have ourselves a gold farm finally. So I will leave the link to the tutorial down in the description if you want to go check it out yourself. But now, you know what? It is just time for a little bit more chill content, more relaxed, just kind of enjoying life and not trying to deal with crazy redstone problems. So if we come down to our nether hub right here, it's kind of looking like a little bit of a disaster. It's just, you know, it's not super pretty and we need to fix that. So let me go get a bunch of more resources and we'll see what we can do about designing this area up. We're going to do something a little bit different with our build paladin here. So if we have the white terracotta and we have the nether brick on the bottom, I want to bring in a few of the pearlescent froglights. I do kind of like the purpley pink vibes that are going in here. It's something that I don't normally build with, but I am liking the more color here in the nether. However, I don't think I love how this is going. What happens if we take this out, keep the blackstone, and then potentially add in the block of amethyst and froglights, maybe as a roof for this place? I've made some progress, and I actually kind of like how this has turned out. I'm kind of thinking of this as a train station, since on the other side of the portal we do have the train track system going into the portal, but we also need the piglins for the trading, and I'm kind of wondering what the best way to do this, because yes, I could make a room off to one side here and put them into it, but if we're kind of considering these the tunnels that lead to other portals, I am thinking that maybe we just put the piglins in the side of the wall here. It's not going to be as much work as that gold farm up there, but it's still going to take a bit of work for me to kind of figure out the redstone and do that sort of stuff. I've been looking at tutorials for the Piglin bartering, and Waddle's tutorial looks very simple and very compact, and it's definitely going to fit in these small spaces, but we now have to go find piglins. Basically, once we do find a piglin, all we need to do is convince it to go over there and block it in with some glass. Logistically, this sounds like a very easy task, but in practice, well, that might be completely different. We have got a lot of progress here. I have all the piglins in place. It was kind of a thing where I wasn't getting any spawning in, and all of a sudden, almost all of them were just like there. But I'm super happy with how this is turning out. While I was waiting for the piglins to actually spawn in, I took some time to dig out tunnels down each direction. This one obviously still needs a little bit of work, as does this one down here, but it's coming together and I'm starting to see kind of the shape and design we're gonna have. Now that we have all of that done, this is looking fabulous, but there was one more thing that I had planned for this area, because I figured if my piglins were bartering, I could be downstairs or somewhere near here using a basalt generator to get all the basalt that I need. What if we kind of clear out a little bit of this floor here, dig down, and have the farm underneath some glass right below our portal? So I'm gonna get working on that and we'll see what we can do about it. You guys are gonna be really mad at me because I gotta open those and you have a crossbow. I don't really like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So right here, we need a row of 5 chests. And now we need 5 hoppers behind these guys. So now we put the 5 rails on top of our hoppers. And we block it with a couple of blocks. And now we take our 5 minecarts with hoppers. Perfect. Now we take our 5 soul soil and we place those on top of our hopper minecarts, and now we take blocks and place them on both sides of the soul soil. Now we want to add building blocks all the way around the platform. Now we need to add our lava into the dispensers, and we need to add the blue ice on top of the soul soil. And that's the farm, guys. It was not a hard farm at all. I will leave the link to the tutorial that I just followed down in the description, but super simple. So just to test, let's just do that. Now a haste 2 beacon is going to be 1,000 times better. We got 2 pieces of basalt. So unfortunately the basalt is burning before it can be picked up by the hoppers, and I was kind of wondering about that. So there is something that I know we can do, and I think the easiest way to fix it is actually to piston push the soul sand down into the hopper minecarts. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work. If I just do this, doesn't that power the piston? I guess I gotta play around with this a while, maybe look up some more tutorials, and I'll get back with you guys once I get this figured out. I fixed it. What was the problem was I still had the rails underneath of the minecarts, which meant I couldn't actually push down with the piston to move the soul soil in there, but now we have all of the soul soil inside of the minecarts and it is working, and we're actually getting the items sucked down in, and we have 47 basalt. We need to do a little bit of decorating here, and I'm really excited to say I'm pretty sure all our farms are done in the Nether for today. Okay, well, I was able to do a little bit of design work down there, and I think it's looking all right. So to get down, I just have a ladder hidden under a trapdoor here, and then you can come on down, stand right here, and do all the mining that you want. Now, we do need to get a beacon in here, because otherwise we're really only mining the first couple of blocks before the lava turns it into basalt again. So it only works partially. Well, before I show you what I have gotten up to on the top of our lovely area here, I think we should set up the haste beacon so that we can actually get all the basalt that we need and do it really fast and productively. Now, I want to be a little crazy. As you can tell, I have 4 beacons in my inventory because, well, I'm beacon rich. Really, like, we have a wither skeleton farm. I am definitely beacon rich. And since we are beacon rich, I am thinking we're actually going to put 4 beacons around here. Now, I did a little bit of research, and I have found that if you have efficiency 5 on a diamond pickaxe, and I mean we have netherite, so it's all good, you can get away with using just a haste 1 beacon. So that is what we're going to do, save a little bit on the iron production, and we are going to make 4 beacons. And here we have beacon number 1 with haste 1 on it. And if we take a look, by doing that, and standing here, you can see that we have just enough to get all the way back to the very far end. Oh, this feels so good. Look at that. Oh my goodness. We are gonna have basalt, so much basalt. And here is a speed beacon, some jump boost for beacon number 3. And we did the last one for resistance. I don't really know, but it's the final one that we can get on the level 1 beacon. So you know what? We're gonna do it. And there we go. We can bounce, we can move slightly faster. And of course, we have our haste going on, which is absolutely lovely for all the loveliness. But now I think it is time to go show you the work that I ended up doing on stream yesterday. So as you can see, we got some main tunnel action going on. This is the design I decided to go with. Some crimson wood, of course our pearlescent froglights and amethyst blocks. And I think it looks really nice. This is the only tunnel that I actually have enough soul sand to put underneath of our half slabs so that we can go a little bit faster. But this is kind of the general design. I'm going to go for the main tunnels. However, I have had an idea, and I will show you what I did with one of them. But here, this is down to our stronghold portal, so I'm thinking we're going to make the stronghold portal hallway out of like the cracked stone brick variants, etc., to kind of denote that's what's going to be at the end. And so if we travel down over here, I did a little bit of work on this area. So before, to get up to the nether roof, this is where you had to go over top of all the redstone we had here. So here I switched it, made a new hole in the roof of the nether, and we added in this lovely tunnel design. And we went with a little bit of gold and orange tones here as well, since what you find up there is Magma cream farm as well as a Froglight farm, and of course our gold farm. So we got our blocks of gold up top, and just for some variation, I went and grabbed a bunch of raw gold blocks, which I think look lovely. Of course, we have lots more tunnels to do, and I do want to get portals going for the mesa, the desert, the mangrove swamp, so we have a lot of more work to do in here, but I'm so happy with the progress in this episode. Oh my goodness. We've made so many farms for getting all the resources we're going to need for our next massive project, which is to build our beautiful exploding volcano. We have been in this world for over 2,000 days, and it is finally time to begin our biggest project yet by transforming this iron farm into a massive exploding volcano. And while I've never built a mountain or volcano before, I have built a massive floating island, so it shouldn't be too hard, right? But if you're excited for what is to come, smash that like button and subscribe to see more. You know, I feel like the smart way to do this would be to go into a creative world, design a volcano, and then bring it back into my world here with a Lightmatica schematic. But we're not going to do that. Now, to be fair, I did go into a creative world and do a little bit of design work on a volcano, but the volcano is actually going to be too small, which means we're going to have to up it a little bit and kind of do this from scratch. Now, before we actually start gathering all the resources and materials that we're going to need for this project, I wanted to actually prep this area. So in my inventory right here in all these shulker boxes is a bunch of stone to build up some framing around our iron farm for our lovely volcano. It's going to be a lot of work. I know that because I kind of feel like I'm drawing this freehand. Even though I did do a little bit of design work, I still feel like a lot of this is going to be freehand. So let's start laying some blocks and see what this is going to look like. Framing thought would take a lot longer than it actually did, so at least that part is done and we kind of have an idea of how the rest of this is gonna go. But still, this is just gonna be a massive project. So much resources and blocks to gather and build with. We're gonna need a lot of blackstone from our piglins, some basalt from our lovely basalt generator, and of course a few magma blocks. And a few other stony blocks such as cobblestone and a little bit of andesite. We're going to need a bunch of campfires for smoke and of course a lot of lava. And since I'm going to need a way to blend this all in, I think we'll take some moss and grass along with maybe a little bit of gravel and coarse dirt. You know, while this looks pretty, all color-coded and everything, I was thinking this was going to be enough. But when you then look up at our mountain behind us, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think we're going to have to go and mine for a little bit more stuff, particularly the blackstone and the basalt and a few of the other overworld stony blocks. Now, while I think this is now going to be enough resources for our mountain project, there is another thing that I'm going to need a lot of, and that is glass. You see, since we are building in the blocky game of Minecraft, I think the simplest way to make it look like this volcano is actually exploding is to use a bunch of glass to create the smoky effect out the top of it. And the easiest way to get our glass is, well, through my librarians. However, we don't really have a great way to get emeralds because right now, to get a bunch of emeralds, I tend to trade with my farmer villagers and we only have 3. And unfortunately, only 2 of them actually trade pumpkins with me. So I think we are going to use a bunch of the villagers that we have over in this swimming pool and make them into farmer villagers that we can then trade with, especially our pumpkins, and get all the emeralds we could ever want. Now, the question is though, we might have villagers, we might have a zombie purification system, but we really don't have anywhere to house these fellas. So, what are we going to do? You saw it in the time lapse, but oh my goodness, guys. We made ourselves a beautiful windmill, and I am so thrilled with how this thing turned out. We got ourselves a nice little path all going through the forest here. We will probably fix this at some point, maybe add in some custom trees, maybe some buildings along the way, but for now, I think this works perfectly, and here we are at our windmill. On the inside, we have all our farmer villagers that we could ever want. And I also, oh, hello? I am so confused right now. Why is the watermelon coming down through here? This is 16 farmer villagers in here, and so this will be our emerald production. I haven't leveled everybody up, but they do, most of them are up to journeyman now, so that's good. But to get up to the 2nd level, I just go this direction and have a little bit of a platform I can walk around on. Unfortunately, because we do have a pumpkin and melon farm up there, we needed to put the redstone blocks right here for the powered rails. it doesn't actually look that bad. We might add a few more leaves around or something like that to hide it a bit more, but I'm not mad at it. I think it's okay. But all of the pumpkin and melons come into this chest right here. Actually, this whole like band of barrels, it all kind of gets filtered down. All the rest of this is just extra storage. So I have some of the extra melon slices over here, some of the full ones here, and it's just kind of a cute little storage area for our pumpkin and melons. But if we take a look at the windmill from the outside, in a little bit of a better angle and with a little bit of free cam, I am thinking this is looking quite nice. Windmill blades are still very much something that I struggle with, but I'm learning, and I think these ones turned out quite well. And I really love how I did the birch wood and the stripped birch logs and the smooth sandstone in that kind of shape. It just gives it so much more definition and difference rather than just straight walls. So what do you guys think? Let me know down in those comments what you think about this build. If you guys would be interested, I have launched a Patreon and I will leave the link down in the description. So if you want to head on over there, this build might just be for purchase as one of the Patreon tiers. But now that we have our windmill for our farmer villagers all done, and of course all the emeralds that we could want, it is now time to go and trade with them so we can get all the glass that we will need for our exploding volcano. Well, I got myself a little bit of glass. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need more, but before we go and do that, and also work on dyeing it the proper colors, we are going to spend some time working on this mountain. You see, it's something that I'm partially avoiding because I'm nervous to undertake it, and we need to stop avoiding things. So let's jump into a time lapse and see what we can start making this thing look like. Welcome back for a progress update. Oh my goodness, friends. I have taken on an absolutely massive project. So I have the whole volcano actually built out of stone, but I wanted to do stone first because we were putting lava and the rest on top. I was like, it might be nice to have something underneath of it. But here we have a small section of the actual build mostly completed. I feel like it needs some texturing on in there. And so I'm almost thinking that maybe some concrete powder or, I don't know, concrete itself could look all right up there. But honestly, I don't have a lot of time to actually finish off this mountain for this episode. So I'm gonna just place everything because I know if I don't do it now, guys, the chances of me actually completing it, probably not very great. And with that, our lovely mountain is complete. Sort of. Kind of. You know what? The base part of this mountain is complete. And I will tell you now that I am never building a mountain in Minecraft again. This thing was so painful to create and to build, and I just don't know if I can go through that again. Watch me 6 months down the road being like, oh yeah, I want to build a mountain again. This will be fun. Now, as you also have noticed, there is no explosion out the top. And I've been thinking, besides the fact that I only have about 12 more hours to actually complete this video before I need to get it out, what villager would actually build a village with an exploding volcano right beside it? It just kind of makes a little bit more sense for the explosion to happen after the village gets built. But before we can actually call this project complete, there is a couple more things I want to do, and they're mostly detailing bits and pieces. As you can see here, we do have a bunch of black concrete powder and gray concrete powder. So mixing in the black and the gray together a little bit could work out nicely. And then we need a few little trees around here. But if we're gonna do all that, it means we actually have to go get some concrete powder. And while I have a lot of sand and a lot of gravel, I don't have a lot of black ink for doing the black dye. So I think we are gonna go for a little bit of a swim and see how many squids we can find to get a whole bunch of black ink. Well, with over 4 stacks of ink sacks, I think we'll be good. Let's go grab that gravel and sand. Well, that's a good start. Let's see what we can do with this amount. Even just the simple thing of adding in the concrete powder around, I like this so much better. But we're not done yet. We got a couple more things that I want to do, and part of that is to kind of connect the actual mountain with the ground below. So I think we're gonna get some coarse dirt and some moss and a few other blocks and see what we can do about that. So we've done a little bit of detailing here with some moss and some coarse dirt kind of around the edges that are actually on the ground. And on the back, I have lengthened down the basalt and some of the blackstone, so we have that all moved down all the way. And now for the final piece of the puzzle here to fully finish off this lovely volcano, I am going to make some custom trees around here to just give it the air of actually being a full environment. Taking a step back, and I really like how this has turned out. I did do a few custom trees, and while I'm okay with them, I don't love them. So I am kind of thinking that I will probably add a few more custom trees around, but I want to work on the design. And if we are going to have this an exploding volcano, then I feel like we're going to want a few dead trees around here eventually. So I'm going to work on a design for that. And I wanted to make this biome just a little bit different than what it actually is. So I added in a few of these lovely mushrooms. So if we take a little bit of a fly up and we look down, I think those mushrooms with the spruce trees is looking absolutely beautiful right around the base. And oh my goodness, look at this, guys. This is actually looking like a biome. I've had an absolutely wild idea. It involves this pillager tower, this village, and an army of pandas. It is time to take on the task of fighting a raid. And well, since I've never actually fought a raid by myself, I thought it could be a fun idea to enlist the help of our friendly neighborhood pandas. Before we check out that we have all the stuff that we need to actually fight this raid, we need to go and find some pandas. I think we have found ourselves our first panda. A little bit further out than I would like to be, but Mr. Panda, do you have a friend? Panda number 1 in the boat. Be safe, dear panda friend. I shall be back. Are pandas that territorial that you only get 1 per bamboo location? Okay, panda. You know what? We'll take you back and then we'll figure out where the other fellas are. Let's go find your panda friend. Here, you guys hang out together. I'm gonna find out where we need to go, okay? I think this is my village right here, so we were on the right path. So we just need to follow this river down this direction. There we go. We got ourselves our 2 pandas, but now we need a bit of an enclosure to start breeding them in. I'd say our enclosure of bamboo is going to work perfectly for our lovely pandas, so let's get them in here. Baby number 1, let's go. Guys, I got a brown one. Oh my goodness. That is awesome. This is a whole lot of pandas. And yes, we got ourselves another brown little fella here, which is awesome. Right now, I think we're going to have a slight problem. Wait, do we have another brown one? Brown? Brown. Oh, look at that. We actually have 3 brown ones. That's amazing. Anyways, one of the problems I think we're going to have with this raid with our panda friends is, well, I have normal pandas. This is a normal panda right here. And I have playful pandas. This is a playful panda right here. I have a couple of brown ones, and we have these snotty-nosed ones. I can't remember what their actual names are called. But we don't have any aggressive pandas, and those are the ones who, if a panda is being attacked in their vicinity, will immediately attack and continue attacking. Honestly, I have no idea how this raid is actually gonna go since, well, there's no aggressive pandas around. While we wait for all of these lovely baby pandas to grow up, I want at least one brown one to survive this adventure. If we could separate him and then boat him away, we could maybe do that. Oh, no, we just want the little guy. We did it! If I feed you a little bit of food and then maybe you'll grow up big and then you won't feel quite so lonely because you're just a baby right now. Okay. Oh, there we go. I was like, man, you take a lot of bamboo. I don't know if I'm ready for this, but guys, I'm pretty sure everybody is fully grown up here and they are all wandering all the way around here. We have our food, we got our bow, we have netherite gear, we have a little bed set up there, and I guess I need to stop putting this off and we need to get going on this raid. Ooh, Captain. Exactly who I need. There we go. Bad omen. Let's get out of here. Hi, pandas. I'm sorry. I need your help. Thank you, Iron Golem. You did a great job. Oh gosh. Pandas, look, I need you to do some work around here. Ow. You gotta work with me here, okay? Yeah, we're like not using the pandas at all. Ah. There's the last one over there who is freaking out now. There we go. Perfect. Okay, another raid down. I mean, wave. Pandas, you need to do some work around here. Come on, guys. There we go. Attack them. Let's do this. Oh, good job, guys. Good job. Okay, pandas do work. Hi, sir. Hi. Hi, yeah. Sir, this is really hard to get you. Oh, there you are. Hey, you, come here. Oh my goodness gracious, guys. Next wave, let's go. Uh-oh, we have got to get that guy. Uh-oh! Oh no! I gotta get that guy. Did I get him? Guys, come here. Oh boy. Okay, we got those guys. Things are getting harder. Let me tell you, they're getting harder, and not using my pandas to the full capabilities that I can. Okay, we have got to get those guys off to the top of them. Oh, I forgot. We have a totem down there. I should have grabbed that earlier. Uh-oh. I can hear them. Oh, I can definitely hear them. Where's the scary mobs? There we go. Ooh. Hero of the village, guys. We did it. Oh my goodness. And guys, I know some of you were lost in this battle. I do know that, and I'm so sorry for those of you who were lost. But thank you for those of you who stood by my side and tried their best to fight back, kill a couple of mobs. I appreciate each and every one of you. Dear villagers, I have gone on a conquest. Please shower me with gifts. But I want a raid just for you. I mean, for your villager friends. Showered me with gifts. Thank you so much, sir. Dear sirs, would you like to award me for my heroism? I would be ever so grateful. Oh, lapis. Thank you, kind sir. More lapis. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Would you like to present? Oh, you presented me with rewards. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Well, nothing very good there. Maybe I'm just too impatient. We got a few little treats from our lovely villagers, and now it is time to just be excited that we did a raid all by ourselves. A little dangerous, a little scary. Not the greatest with a bow or a sword, as y'all saw. We had a lot of fun. So let's put away some of this stuff and head back over to that village and see what we can do about all those wandering pandas. Okay, so I know not all the pandas are in the enclosure, but man, these guys move really slow. But here we have our beautiful little enclosure for all these pandas. It is now safe for the ones who are in the inside. Well, safe in the sense that nothing can get in the wall and that they can't get out. Not safe in the sense that it's mob-proof, because I definitely didn't light it up. But it's looking really good. And honestly, guys, this has been such a fun little project to do. And rating it up, they did more work than I thought they were going to do. And you know what? It was just a fun and goofy little idea. Minecraft 1.20 is here, and I am so excited to update my world. But first, there's a little prep work that we have to do. But this prep work might not look quite like what you're imagining. So let's go. There's a couple of things I want to do today in order to prep our world for the update to 1.20. And they are going to involve a lot of my building skills. So we put in this railroad quite a while ago, but we never actually finished the railroad here. So I am thinking we are going to take our lovely rail, and we are going to kind of diagonally put it this direction, which is such a bad idea in Minecraft, but here we go. And we are going to come out over here on this side, which means we can then create a railroad bridge right across the ocean here into our spawn island and our iron farm. So one of the resources that we are definitely going to need for this project is a whole bunch of iron. And since we spent a lot of time at our iron farm building up this lovely volcano, I think there should be loads of iron for us to actually utilize in this project. Oh yeah. Oh wow, that's wonderful. Okay, let's see if we got an empty shulker. That should be loads of iron. We might need more, but you know what? We can come back if that's necessary. Well, let's go make some anvil. Almost 2 stacks of anvils, plus a little bit more that I have in here. I think that's a really good start. And start we did. We started clearing out the rest of the way that we wanted over to the ocean through the island and got it all built up, ready to make the bridge. So now that we have finished this area of the railroad, and before we get to the detailing, we are going to tackle the bridge over here. And while it would make a little bit more sense probably to go diagonally over to the island, I don't want to make a diagonal bridge here. And so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a bridge straight that direction, which will not hit the island, but it will come up right beside it. And I think with coming up right beside it, we'll just do a little bit of terraforming to make it all fit in together. I did not realize quite how long this project would take me. I expected it to take me a full day's work, but I kept running out of resources. We kept running out of wheat and all the rest of that, and it was really annoying, even though I absolutely loved how it turned out. The base of our bridge is complete, but now it is time to wander over back to the iron farm and see if we actually have enough iron to make all the rails for it. Oh yeah, 100% not enough iron for anvils. Yes, it's time for a little bit of AFK work. After an overnight AFK session, I was able to get all the iron we needed for the anvils to finish off our railroad bridge here, and I think it is looking pretty nice. If we take a little bit of a fly back and turn around, oh yeah, that's nice. That just feels way more complete than before. And now we have connection to our spawn island here with the iron farm. Now, I know this does kind of just randomly end right here, but we do have a village planned for over here on Spawn Island, and when we put that in, we will tie the rest of our railroad in with the village. I ended up doing this lovely field. I thought it could look really nice to have our railroad go past a nice warm field of wheat. So I ended up cutting down some more trees here, adding in this lovely little fence, and building it all out in wheat, and I think it looks gorgeous. But now it's on to task number 2, and that is over at our bee location. Here over at our bees, as you can tell, I never actually finished placing in all the flower fields that I wanted to do. And originally I did want to mix it up and have some of the 2 tall flowers and then some of just the smaller ones, but I've never actually made a flower farm. And we don't really have the time to make any flower farms in today's video. So I'm thinking we're going to change it up a little bit, and we are going to do just the 2 tall flowers, since you can just bone meal those and get a huge amount. And I think we're going to mix and match them around rather than having just stripes of each one as we go. So let's see what we can do here. Oh my goodness, look at how gorgeous that looks over there. I am so glad that we finished it off. Mixing the colors with the sunflowers and the roses and the peonies and the lilacs. Oh my goodness, that just looks gorgeous. And it just makes the bee place all finished. And I'm really thankful that placing down the sunflowers meant they were actually pointing the right way. On to task number 3. We're over here at the transformed Woodland Mansion, and oh my goodness, there is a lot of stuff to do here in order to actually fully complete this project. So we'll see how we do today. But the thing I want to focus on right now is this road. As you can tell, it comes out directly from the center of the mansion and goes this way. And I've been kind of wandering around here trying to figure it out because I would like this road to actually connect up to our main base. And I think the easiest way to do that is actually going to be going along this side of the mountain. This is going to be a very big project. If I thought that bridge was a big project to do, yeah, there's going to be a lot of tree cutting and bridge building and who knows what else. So I best get going. And with that, we are all connected up with our road here at our main base all the way to our mansion. And I think it turned out pretty good. Just a simple little roadway here. Over on this end, it's all just dirt. But then as we get closer, we go into the deep slate and the basalt. Now, of course, we can't forget we got a couple of cute little wooden bridges here. Very simple, but I think they turn out perfect for this pathway. And here at this bridge, this is where it kind of shifts from the more fancy roadway with the stonework to just the dirt pathway into our main base. Here at the mansion roadway, we did put in a little bit of a border on the side, which is just some mangrove leaves and then fences with some lanterns on top. And I do think it just kind of polishes it off and makes it look just that little bit more fancy. But other than that, man, I think this is really great and it really just finishes off and connects everything together. Now you will see that I did spend a little bit of time putting in a bit of flower bed decoration for the front gardens, but unfortunately we just don't have the time to do it in today's episode because guys, I really want to update to 1.20 and we can do these projects after we update. It's not like they're never going to be done. It's, you know, just something that I wanted to do to prep my world to get ready for the 1.20 update. So I think instead of putting flowers into these lovely areas, I think we are going to try updating our world to 1.20. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time doing that. I will be deleting some chunks in my world that I have not built in, but I have definitely explored in. And we're going to get this world updated and do just a tiny bit of exploring to find a new location for our Season 2 base. I don't know why my armor is looking so much different. It feels like it's really different. Is it different, guys, or am I just crazy? But we are in 1.20 now. I have deleted a whole bunch of chunks, and yes, it did work, and I did not lose anything important that I am aware of. I don't know how well my computer is going to handle loading up some of the brand new chunks, but I do know that I want to see a cherry grove biome. As I hinted to before, while we're going to continue in this world in 1.20 and maybe even beyond, I have no idea, I am going to kind of call this the end of Season 1, and we're going to be starting in on Season 2 in a new biome and a new location. Yes, there's a few more things around this area that I want to do, and we'll definitely come back and do those kind of things. But I kind of want to try and make a base at a new location and try a different style of build and just have some fun with the brand new update. So I'm thinking we are going to try and go this way. This is kind of where I deleted the chunk, so there might be some weird stuff happening. I actually want to show you one of them that I saw as we loaded into the world. But if we come over here, we have a random floating mushroom because, yeah, this is where I deleted the chunk. And we have a random floating mushroom and some random weird shaped trees. Yeah, you know what? We'll just leave that for now. It's fine. But I was thinking we could do a little bit of exploration back this way. I do know the seed to my world, so I do know there's supposed to be some cherry grove biomes back this direction. Also, okay, we're going to take a little bit of a sit here. And I want to show off this place, which is going to be a little hard with the fog. But this beautiful area, I love how the mountains are almost all the way around it and then it's sunk down in the center. I think that's so gorgeous. And there's our cherry grove. Oh my goodness. Okay, I actually did not realize it was so close to home base. Oh my goodness. Look at this. It's so pretty. Oh, I love everything about this. This is amazing. And the particles in the cherry grove, oh, they're so pretty. I cannot wait to build with this. This is going to be amazing. And this is why I want to move to a new location and try out a new build design. You know, we really went heavy in on the 1.19 blocks in our previous location. And so now I'm kind of like, okay, I want a new area so that we can take advantage of the bamboo and the cherry, and it's going to be so lovely. Let's take a few of these lovely things. Well, we certainly found a cherry grove biome. I don't know if this is going to be our final resting place for our Season 2 base. But guys, that's all the time that I have for today. I know there is so many more things that we could be doing. We could be doing the archaeology update, going through and trying to find some suspicious sand and gravel, finding the armor trims and all that kind of stuff. But we are saving that for next week's episode.